selective legal counsel their selected legal counsel on the subject of record retention. Grant County, as part of funding Western Prairie's retention schedule, does have some archiving, and we want to do a little bit of education about that, because in the past, when we've talked this through, and it wasn't just Justin, for instance, it was other counties that were waiting for the state to take action and mandate a certain retention level and specific technologies, and that has not been forthcoming. So it's been a little bit of the wild west. I think you guys are aware as commissioners that Grant County has also been subject to numerous data requests, which are appropriate. Those are functions to where individuals have a right to come to their government entities and to do record requests. But this has become almost a sport throughout the state. Some of you may have heard of, when Sheriff Stanek was in place, he adopted some very short-term retentions. We're going to only keep things 30 days, and then there's nothing to discover because we don't have it. And although that maybe checks one box, it creates a whole lot of other problems. So one of the things that comes into play with this is, and I believe, Tina, please correct me if I'm wrong, you have shared a draft retention policy in the packet with the commissioners, correct?
Nope, not the policy, just an outline, the outline that I shared with you.
Okay, all right, so just the outline. Okay, so just quickly on this, in respect of time, it's the recommendation and what two of the entities that are Grant County / other county entities adopted, and certainly you don't have to follow that, but they adopted a 3-year record retention. Picking this timeline, and again, people can argue one way or the other, but this is one that both Christy, who assisted Western Prairie, and Ann Gehring, who assisted Horizon Public Health, this was kind of the sweet spot. This timeline has been ran past Justin as well, who felt that it was an okay timeline. And what would happen with the sense of record retention is we would put into place automation that would automatically purge, based upon the board's acceptance of this policy, any email correspondence automatically that exceeded 3 years in length, and we would ensure that any and all electronic correspondence coming in, out, or sideways to the county was preserved for a period of 36 months. Where the complexity comes into play is if the only source of communication is an email, there are some communications that by statute, by policy, or by other mandates must be kept longer than 3 years. There is no mandate or law that mandates it gets kept in email. And that is where there's a discussion, and we will be doing some training that we can do with the board, do with the departments as well, as where's the appropriate location to store documents that have a life longer than a 36-month retention. And the intention there would be to put it out on the respective file servers. One of the things that I shared, and I felt it was important in the technology meeting to share with the board, because again, you guys provide governance, oversight, and direction to the entities, is not to confuse documents that need to be saved longer than 36 months with just saving everything out to the server, because if that's the case, that kind of circumvents our record retention of trying to reduce liability and exposure. We're going to be co-hosting and sponsoring a meeting next week in Willmar. Right now, we're up to 94 people, including the MCIT. He corrected the description. He didn't want to be known as MCIT's legal counsel, but Matthew Mead, who many, if not all of you, are familiar with. He is MCIT's cyber coach. And one of the things that he's going to speak to is really encouraging people be cognizant of what type of data that you're retaining. Not only does it have a cost and a space as we keep growing exponentially with the amount of information that we have, there's real liability with retaining data that is subject to discovery if you're not obligated to keep it. And he's going to speak a little bit to that. And if Tina is able to attend, she'll hear it firsthand. If she's not, then I will bring her back information from that particular meeting. But the big thing is on email retention is to pick a date, and it's the technology committee's recommendation in concert with the others, 36 months. But that's up to you guys as a board what you want to take, and just advise us. And then that we do some education and some training as for those things that have to be secured for longer. This is going to save cost on server space. This is going to reduce, I want to be careful about using the word frivolous data requests, but that is specifically the words that were used by Sheriff Stanek at the time, just to discourage searching for information that then has to be reviewed, redacted, and disclosed in one format or another. Any questions on email retention?
I think some of the main takeaways is, this isn't gonna be something that's rolled out tomorrow. We wanna work together with our department heads and our staff to make sure that everybody understands. And the first step is to bring it to the board, talk about it today, and then we'll bring it back to the department head meeting and talk about it. Share a draft policy with everyone. And when we get to a good spot where we feel like everyone's comfortable, then we'll talk about the training and the timeline and rolling it out. So it's not like we're gonna just flip the switch and all of a sudden we're gonna have this policy. We really want to have the collaboration with all the department heads to make sure everybody understands how it's gonna, work.
Can I make a recommendation that we do the training as soon as possible? We find out an estimate of time for everyone to get the data they need to keep off of the email server. And then we set a date based on that. We're 6 months away from being 3 years out from our cyber event. We paid for this archiver quite a while ago. We need to.
Well, one note on the archiver that you paid for, and you make a good point, is your archiver is in place. It's not that it's not performing that function. It is performing that function right now, Commissioner, without any purging other than in the agencies that have adopted those policies. So that's where this discussion is coming in, and you're spot on. You're coming up on a 3-year anniversary of that. We have seen a decline in the data requests at Grant County, but there's nothing to say that those data requests couldn't spark up for any particular reason, because they were not associated with the cyber event, as you know.
So Sean, if I save email attachments or whatever to file folders in my desktop, is that different than in the 3-year concept? Or does the desktop become accessible on a data request on the computer?
That's a very good question, Commissioner. And if your process is to save everything, not simply those documents that have a longer retention than what you adopt a policy. And it is noteworthy to mention that some counties believe that all electronic communications and all work product by governmental entities have to be retained into perpetuity, and as such don't purge anything. You would want to be careful. And this is something where, as a technology person, not a legal counsel, we would not want to educate people about just simply saving them out on their desktop or saving them out on the server to effectively retain everything into perpetuity. But yet when a discovery comes in, John Q. Public, I want all correspondence between commissioners and the public about subject A. And we go to the archiver and we produce a list of data, even though we know that in your case, Commissioner, if you were saving everything out to folders on your desktop, that other data existed. In fact, if we knew that and we adopted that as a standard practice, that would significantly increase the cost of a data discovery, because we would have to search every single device in the event that people were doing that. The exclusion for that is for those documents which are not common practice, that have to be retained contracts, different types of interactions, on a much smaller basis than all of your email. The other comment that I would make about saving things to your desktop as opposed to saving things to the server, and this is where there needs to be some education and training, is if you save it to your desktop and your desktop were to have a failure, that data on your tablet, on your laptop, is not backed up. The servers are backed up multiple times every single day and preserved, and replicated, backed up, and so on. So that data is secured. We are not going to be encouraging people to save to their desktops, because then we have to address how that data is going to get backed up. Now, Matthew Mead will talk about one example where a recorder's office, and I'm not picking on recorder's office, and this was not in the state of Minnesota, it was in the state of Pennsylvania, his own state, that had a simple Excel spreadsheet. And in this Excel spreadsheet, she had names, addresses, social security numbers, date of births, and in particular, their marriage dates. And they had these all the way back to when that county had started retaining information. This was not in their email, but this was stored on their system. And unfortunately, in a cyber event, the threat actors were able to find that data, and it was just a honeypot of very sensitive information that translated into significant liability to the county. In that case, his suggestion was that probably shouldn't have been stored on the server. That could have been stored on a desktop or on a thumb drive or something in that means. There may be correspondence of such sensitive nature that we have to educate about how you're going to store in a fashion to where it is not searchable, accessible, but then we also have to educate about how you're going to back it up. What are we going to do? Are you going to have 2 thumb drives? So when something other than a cyber event occurs, you want to preserve that data. So these are some of the reasons why Tina voiced that this is a work session to just kind of bring this topic forward. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think we can use some of the expertise that was gleaned from those 2 separate individual legal counsels to provide guidance. And then ultimately, as a board, we're looking for direction from you guys to come back downstream. And then we put into place practices and memorialize that with standard operating procedures and policies. To Troy's suggestion about education and figuring out what this is going to be, I think that's a great point. We can start that without delay to talk to people about how they might store their data outside of it. And just as a follow-up, it sounds like maybe you are taking documents, attachments, and so on, and already doing something similar to that. Is that correct, Ken?
Well, and I don't, ever since, I suppose, for 5 years, I've got all these different, every department, I got every minute, everything, almost everything that's ever taken place since I've been a commissioner is on different file folders on my desktop. So if I want to refer to minutes from back 4 years ago, I would be able to find it. It sounds like that's not a good program.
Dude, they're all on the website.
Yes, but they're also on my desktop. And I'm not saying that's correct. I need to make sure that as we move forward that it gets fixed, because I don't know anything different right now.
Okay, so maybe,
a lot of email and then delete the email.
excuse me?
It was my way of saving something and getting, and then deleting the email.
Okay. Okay, well, one note about the deleting the email, and this is where an archiver comes into play, is that in the event of you can delete the email, it doesn't mean it's deleted from the archiver, right? That's the discussion that we're after. That's also the point of preservation. We can't say that our records retention is based upon nobody delete your email. That's the purpose of an archiver, is that an archiver ensures for a period of time, as set by the governing body, that records are retained for a minimum of that. And again, that just the caveat is that there are some documents that have to be retained longer. Remember, email is just the low-hanging fruit that all data discoveries seem to circulate around, right? And maybe the community is going to change and say, go out and search every server, look for any type of file or things like that. This is, again, a work session. We're just sharing information that we've come in contact with, and that's been shared with us from other professionals, in this case, legal professionals, to share back with you guys so you can make an informed decision.
And I think with that, it's hard not to get into the weeds when we talk about technology, and due to the 30-minute time slot here, there's gonna be lots more to come on this. This is kind of an introductory. I think it'd be good for us to spend a little time to talk about AI as well.
Before we go, can we make sure we get training scheduled for us on what we need to keep, and then have the department head group come back with
Mhm.
timelines?
Yep, we can
Absolutely.
definitely work on that, a training specific for commissioners.
Well, it'd be the same training
Yep.
given to everybody else, it's just,
So I got a question. So Ken, when you're on your desktop, do you transfer stuff onto this computer? Or does it just go back the one way?
Say that again?
Well, when you're on your desktop, do you email?
He's got like a desktop there
Oh,
on his.
oh, you keep it all on that? You don't have a desktop at home, right? That's
No,
it's your
no,
own
it's
private.
referred to the desktop in the computer.
Oh, okay.
No, there's not another computer.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, I think, well, before we get any further into the weeds on this, because it can go a lot of different directions. I think, like I said, today is a really good introductory that we're gonna be working on this, and I heard loud and clear that it is gonna be very important. And I'll work with, Sean to get some really good training, as a first step, in looking at developing a policy for email retention. So Sean, maybe we want to transition to AI.
Let's pivot to AI for a second. You can't watch any news, hear any discussion about anything without the topic of AI and how it's going to transform our world. It's already happening. You're certainly, as individuals who embrace technology as the board, you're coming in contact with this, whether it's something as simple as your Google search about a specific topic, or if your my chart with healthcare providers, et cetera, et cetera. AI is here, and AI is already one of the discussions that we had at the tech committee, was that we've already got some departments utilizing AI, and it struck me as a little bit of a surprise. But it shouldn't surprise me given the 30 plus counties we're engaged in, because they're out in circulation, they're talking to their peers, and a lot of entities are embracing AI as fast as it can become available. One of the things that I recommend that the board consider for a work session is, first of all, everyone here is familiar with the topic of AI, right? I mean, we don't need to get into a definition of AI and what that means, because that could be a 3-day seminar. But AI is getting embedded in almost every application that we touch. And my recommendation, and many like me are encouraging folks to just move slowly. And you'll hear terms such as, well, we just don't put any sensitive data in there. And that sounds great. If your policy is, hey, you can go forth and use AI all you want, just don't put any sensitive data in there. But what I would challenge you guys as a question is do you believe everybody within the county views sensitive data in the same context and in the same scope? And the answer is no, they don't. And I think it becomes very dangerous if we don't have an AI policy that at least takes the first shot across the bow to try to limit exposure of a potential release of sensitive information. AI is based upon what's called the large data set or the learning model. And once data goes in, it's very difficult to get it out, regardless of what anybody tells you. Once data has been consumed and ingested, is the technical term, into a learning model, it's there, and it's there virtually forever, that it learns on, that it acts on. One of the things in our tech committee that came up and kind of led to this work session was, do we know as Grant County every place this is being used? I can tell you of some places it's being used at right now, and I'm not suggesting that it's being used inappropriately, but I gave an example of a county where we had a similar discussion, and the county adopted a policy that said, we're going to wait and see on AI. We're going to move slow. Please do not use this for county functions, only to find out 3 to 4 months later that departments had went out and bought ChatGPT or were using Microsoft Copilot, which is embedded in the system, and using it to analyze email, using it to analyze spreadsheets. And although these are appropriate uses, again, I'm going to bring you back to the previous discussion of once it's ingested, it's in there. And I've yet to see anybody's email that doesn't have sensitive data in it. So those are one of the areas where we say be very careful. It's different than going out to ChatGPT and using that to help you write a more literate response to something to address a specific approach versus having it ingest your email and give you a summation of everything. And I don't know how many of you have Apple phones versus Android phones. I mean, this is so widespread. I mean, Apple's introduced it in all their latest iOS releases. Android's putting it out with their Gemini that helps you summarize your correspondence. Well, folks, if you're letting that ingest all your emails and you're getting personnel emails, you're getting disciplinary emails, you're getting things about investigations, well, then that data is already in the wild. So the recommendation and things to talk to you guys is go slow. I felt it might be helpful, and probably I had to wind back my discussion in the IT meeting a little bit whenever I had some surprise. And Dwight, you were present as we were talking some of that through. It was a little eye-opening to me, some of the areas where people were using it. And it's not that they're in trouble. And that's what I said. It's not bad. It's just you maybe got the cart before the horse from the standpoint of normally we get guidance from the board as far as before we start utilizing technology. So my 2 cents on that is it's coming. It is going to transform the world. We just have to do it at the point that it does not create more problems than what it solves. That education that we talked about with even just email retention and so on, the sensitivity, what is sensitive data, what is data that can be shared, and this isn't disrespectful to any of the Grant County staff or any other county I work with, but if we took 10 people from 10 different departments and gave them a quiz on is this sensitive or not, we would get different responses. So there's going to be a lot of education before we start consuming data. Now, if you're just using raw figures and using what's commonly referred to as anonymized data, oh, we're not putting any specific data into there, we're using anonymized data. Well, that sounds great, but what do you consider to be an anonymized data? If you're taking sales ratio sheets that may have parcels on it, those are specific. That's not anonymized. It may just mean somebody doesn't know the key. So those are some things that we felt it was important to bring before the board, and hopefully, that take it slow. You can always put your foot on the accelerator and speed things up when value becomes apparent and common. But you can't control what you don't know is being used. And that would be my last appeal, is I think I think it would be helpful if the board instructed your coordinator to maybe poll every department and just say, are you presently using, and if so, please define how and what steps you're doing to ensure no sensitive data is put into place. Now, that's a suggestion. You guys make the decisions, but I think if that were to go out and we were to get those responses back, that might put you in an informed position as far as how quickly you need to adopt an AI policy, or if you just need to tap the brakes. Questions?
So my thought on it would be that you're right, the board hasn't given any denial of use, but we also haven't granted any permission.
Right.
My thought is that the IT committee should come back with a policy of where we're at, with the full understanding that this is gonna change. We're not gonna change as fast as AI changes, but I mean, the policy is gonna have to continually be updated because it changes what it can do.
Correct. Well, and to that degree, the technology committee, unless we've been anointed with powers, is that we are intended to try to shape and drive the direction of technology with interaction and communication with the board. Now, certainly we can take a directive from this group to go back and pull, not from the standpoint of, again, like you said, granting or denying. The technology committee and the recommendation, and I think that this would be held by the majority of the people who participate, and Tina, you can chime in to this degree, I think would be understanding of a go slow approach. Having said that, there are some people who feel they're getting direct benefit and value, and they need to be aware of what's happening. And I think that's also true. I didn't want to take that away from anybody. It's just that we can't even provide guidance and direction on something that we don't know that if somebody's even doing it. I think, Tina, and this is, I'm kind of using you as, well, either I'm your wingman or you're my wingman in trying to get some direction. I don't know that I don't think anyone would refuse to answer us those questions if we posed them, but I think it would come with more value if the board has instructed us to poll you. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I think, how it's been used in the past, I think the board is aware of it. Those department heads have talked to board members about it. I think, again, this is a very good introductory conversation on how the board wants to move forward. And I think collecting data and continuing to talk about it as a committee, and as the tech committee meets and talks about it, then bring those recommendations back to the board for the board to make decisions. But I think, I thought our last department head meeting was a good meeting, just to, again, start the process and work on a document that, all the departments feel good about, and then, share that with the board, and then look for direction from the board on the policy, and then the training piece going through that. I feel like all department heads are very open to working together to train, to best understand how it's being used and the best ways to protect ourselves.
Mr. Chair, if I can say something, and echo what Troy Johnson was saying here, that needs to be a living document because it needs to be changing and, morphing into what the needs are long-term.
Yeah.
Am I correct on that or not?
Oh, you're spot on. You're spot on in that this is going to be very fluid. We used to, Commissioner, it's a silly term, but we used to talk about don't cast it in stone, cast it in jello. It's almost something to where by the time you put it on print, it's changed, right? It is a living, breathing document. But one thing that I would be so bold as to encourage you, and this is a message that I give to organizations that doesn't limit their ability to accelerate as quickly as they want, but it's also a very direct statement. Please do not introduce technology into the county's network that well, in this case, that the board and the technology committee are not aware of. And I'm aware of what Tina said, that the departments did have discussions, did explain, hey, we're utilizing this, and some of it's baked in. What do you do when they turn on AI with inside a software product that you use, right? It's there. So it's kind of getting consumed, but you still need to be cognizant of the fact that what's out there and what it can potentially mean. And we're going to see that with a lot of financial applications coming down the pipe, especially in lieu of the state's funding issues. The stuff I'm seeing in the pipeline is that they're going to be utilizing a lot of AI to try to root out fraud, identify patterns, and so on. And that's probably a very appropriate use that I think everybody could rally behind. The question is that in that process of doing that, how much other data might potentially be captured and gleaned about payments, about receipts, and so on. So again, it's living, breathing. It's not a simple thumbs up or thumbs down discussion. It's just something that we wanted the board to be aware of.
All right, thank you, Sean. I think our work session is done. We're already 3 minutes behind for a 9 o'clock board meeting start. So thank you so much for joining us this morning. I think the big takeaway is more to come.
You guys very much. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Sean. Hey, 9:03, we're on. Here's the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Cool. Do we have any additions to the agenda? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the agenda? So. We have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Same sign, motion carries. Approval of meeting minutes.
I will make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the meeting minutes. We have a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Approval of the warrants.
Question. Like on Morris Electronics at $137, it says miscellaneous expense. Is that a normal monthly something or? That's categorized miscellaneous for that and all of that.
That one's. Dad, are you on this morning? It looks to be a highway expense.
What was it for? What does it say?
It says, it's for $8,137. It says miscellaneous expense.
Yeah, it's all our outlying shops got new computers.
About that here, like.
Is the new computers for the shops. As their wall needed to be updated, so.
Good. Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you're looking for a motion to pay the bills, I will make that motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pay the bill. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Okay. All right. So, next item is rifle hunting legislation. So we had our meeting last night in Barrett. We had how many people there, Tina?
86.
Okay, and you got any information that you were documenting there?
So 86 people attended. It lasted roughly about an hour and a half, almost two, but thank you to Sheriff Combs. He helped kick everybody out of the school that were standing around and visiting, or we still might be there. 29 people spoke or shared their opinion. Of the 29 that spoke, 20 were for rifle, 8 were for shotgun, and there was 1 undecided. Some of the questions that the public had were around enforcement, around training, and if there was a way to work with surrounding counties to help bring some consistency. Those were kind of the categories of the questions that came to the board. But I thought the logistics of it went really well for that many people, having people come forward, use a microphone, state their name, where they're from, what their opinion was, and allowing them 2 minutes. It seemed to work well.
Yeah, I thought it went well. People were all well intended. It was a good meeting. So, is there any other discussion on that? If you guys wanna say about the meeting? Okay. So the way I see it then is, you know, how that's written, that law, is that, if the board does nothing, no motion, nothing, then that law will go into effect for the next, hunting season. But the state has to know it by, and the DNR, I think, has to know it by May, so.
May
1st.
5th.
Yeah, so they can put it in their booklet. So if the way I see it, if Grand County, you know, wants to go with slugs, somebody has to make a motion to that effect. And if that does not happen, then nothing else has to be done, because we took no action. So I guess that's how, well, say this is gotta go. So does anybody want to make a motion to put us in the slug zone only?
Mr. Chair, I got a question, and if, you know, possibly make a motion on this to table it and just see what these other neighboring counties are doing before we really decide. So I will make that motion to table till the next meeting.
Okay, we have a motion to table this until the next meeting, which would be the first Tuesday in March. Do we have a second to that motion? I gotta call that 3 times now. Do we have a second to that motion? Or do we have a second to that motion? Okay, motion would fail then because of not a second motion or a second to the motion.
We don't need one, but I wanna make a motion that we take no action on this.
Okay,
As in, we're not gonna come back a month from now and bring it back up.
okay, we have a motion for no action. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second
Okay, we have a motion and a second for no action. Do we have any further discussion?
So I got a question, Mr. Chair, so. If, like you say, we don't need to. Do we need to?
Well, I don't think we need to. But I understand too what Troy's saying a little bit there. I understand.
it. It gives everybody an answer. Cause I mean, that was a question last night, is when is the board gonna decide?
Yeah.
And my statement now is we're gonna decide today.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none now, we'll take a roll call vote on this, Dina. So we can go ahead.
Ken Johnson,
Yes.
Troy Johnson,
Yes.
Doyle Spear,
Yes.
Bill Valley,
Yes.
Dwight Allhutton,
Yes. Okay, so the motion for, no action passes.
So now we can go to the, you know, the individuals can go tomorrow to the next one and say, well, we know people now know where we are. Rather than back and forth and here and there, and the next thing you know, it's the end of April and nobody's made a decision, and we've now put down, here's where we are.
Okay, so moving on. Grant County Highway Department.
You have one of these in there.
I think so,
Okay.
but you can share with me when you're done. Just-
Okay.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Mine's easy. So I finally got all the numbers worked out with Central on this County Road 82 final. So I'm just looking for approval to pay this final. The amount in this request is $21,336.39. This one.
Do we have a,
Needed to do this too.
do we have a motion to pay that?
So
And that's,
she,
Mr. Chair, I got a question before you started on that.
Yeah.
And everything on the punch list is done.
and then, yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. So then, we'll have to do the certificate of final acceptance board acknowledgement. I have that sheet.
And then again, the punch list is complete.
Yeah, it's been completed for 2 years, or year and a half. It's just been quantity disputes, so.
Aaron, can you repeat the number again, 20?
21,336 and the 39 cents.
Thank you.
So what do you want a motion on first, the acceptance of it being done, or the amount, or can we do them both at the same time?
Both at the same time.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any further discussion?
So I got a question, Aaron. Well, would you say that this is to our satisfaction or theirs?
Right in the middle,
But that,
right in the middle.
those lose, it's missed kind of deal then.
Yeah, they worked with us, so.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the biggest share was that, just a little bit of soil correction, right?
It was bituminous overbridge,
Also, with that,
so.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second for final payment on County Road 82. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Pelican Lake Township Bridge Replacement Contract.
Yep, we received the contracts back from O'Reilly Construction. This contract was for $82,797. They did submit their performance and payment bonds, and their certificate of insurance is in place. So now we're just looking for approval of the contract.
Okay, do we have a motion for approval of that contract?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but
Doyle
I
second.
have a question, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I'm assuming Justin has been through Justin.
That goes to Justin. He has to sign off on it.
okay, any further discussion? Okay, with that, then I'll call for the question, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Okay, then.
Second item I have is for the CASA 10 project. If you recall, there was that memorandum of agreement for the cultural mitigation efforts. The last thing we have to do now that we got the cultural kiosk design is actually purchase the kiosk with signs in it. I got about 3 different quotes, the one in front of you is the lowest one I got, $3,034. If we purchase this, I would anticipate that we're, county staff are gonna put in the concrete pad next to the bike path, then we'll have this installed there as well. I think we're all supposed to be done according to the agreement by mid-May with all this, so we're on target to be complete with everything on this project. Get this purchased on the way.
Okay. We have a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Okay, we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We're obligated to do it, so it's.
Yeah, it's time.
Okay. Well, with that being said, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
All I have.
Thank you.
I'll give it to you later today.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, Sheriff. Sheriff? Good job. Alright, so, okay. The boys, they're coming or?
Yeah, there's them out there.
Oh, you're out there. We got 2 minutes. Oh, yeah. Good. All right. Yeah. Still good. So I'd like to see. Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you guys. Okay, Sheriff, you ready? I would better wait for Troy. Oh. Okay. And we do have 1 minute. How you doing, Casey? Good, how are you doing? Good. We mentioned that. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, it's 9:20. Go ahead, John.
All right, thank you. So, thank you for friends and family, everybody coming in to be with those that are being recognized this morning. So I'd like to say this, that, we're going to recognize, 3 of our officers here, Deputy Rustin, Deputy Nelson, and Investigator Johnson, who's quick thinking and decisive action made a difference between life and death. Deputy Logan Nelson and Deputy Nolan Rustan were confronted with a medical emergency in the summer of 25. When they were called to a home of a male who was not breathing, was cold, clammy, and fingers were turning blue. Deputy Nelson and Deputy Rustan arrived minutes later and began life-saving measures until EMS arrived and were able to revive the individual back to life. Because of their calm demeanor, courage, and willingness to act under pressure, a life was saved. Their actions reflect the highest standards of service, compassion, and selflessness. It is my honor to recognize Deputy Logan Nelson and Deputy Nolan Rustan for initiating CPR and playing a critical role in saving a life. Let's all please give a round of applause congratulating them for their extraordinary action. Certificates for each. And we also have life-saving pins that they can probably wear on their uniforms. Yeah. Family. Well, Now, again, we would like to recognize Deputy Logan Nelson, Investigator Elliot Johnson, whose vigilance, teamwork, and determination saved a life under extremely dangerous conditions. In December of 25, Deputy Nelson, Investigator Johnson assisted nearby agency who reported a missing person and vulnerable elderly individual who was thought to be within the boundaries of Grant County. With temperatures dangerously low and conditions unforgiving, it was crucial this person be located. The risk of exposure and hypothermia was immediate and life-threatening. Understanding the urgency, Deputy Logan Nelson, Investigator Elliot Johnson coordinated a search without hesitation. Despite the severe cold and challenging terrain, they searched a given area, refusing to give up. Their persistence led them to locating the individual trapped in a vehicle, which was not running and stuck in a snow bank in a ditch. And this person was unable to free themselves and suffered from the effects of extreme weather. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, the deputies acted swiftly, rendering aid, providing protection from the elements, and ensuring rapid transport for medical care. Their commitment to duty, compassion for the vulnerable, and refusal to quit exemplify the very best of law enforcement services. Because of their dedication, the family still has their loved one today. It was with great respect and gratitude again that we recognize Deputy Logan Nelson, Investigator Elliot Johnson for their life-saving actions and unwavering service to our community. Again, please join us all in congratulating them.
Support. This is a huge thing. I'd like to just say a few things, from the county board. You know, for the law enforcement personnel, dispatchers, it's a long journey. And, some of you are just starting that journey, but these events that you're involved with will stay here for the rest of your life. And this was a good event. You guys did a great job. So proud of you. And we're proud of the family too. Cause you guys are their support. Huge. Really? Good seeing you again, Jeff. See you guys. And take care.
I'm okay, how are you?
That's pretty nice. You think right now. format, we can say nothing. Thanks, Jonathan. Thank you.
He's been great.
You ever saved my life? You saved my sister. Didn't you? You kind of doing right. You actually, and I later, but not drinking and driving.
When he was great.
Well, that's right. Well, let's start there.
No, I've never been involved in a.
I was old and I had no idea, they didn't close.
We'll see how this goes.
Oh, yeah.
Fairmont just bought hard eighty.
Yeah.
But when he was a. They used to take my sister for a while. Oh, like to work on it. Oh, when he got his black hair, like on top of the door, like.
He did have a black hair, yeah.
I can see that.
Oh, yeah. You got about that. He lived in Tommy out there.
All down.
Yeah.
The other day.
Yeah, he was a working for that way back. Back when I was there.
You went to high school? They're gonna find out.
They let me down.
Because you graduated from it's all churches.
I was just sure he was thinking the fine.
People follow.
Yeah.
That's,
It was a whole different way back.
yeah.
Like our principal.
He's got.
I mean, they smoked in the school and they had a furnace room that was nothing like cloud.
Yeah, they had
Just read.
the teacher in the one who couldn't even.
No, it was just blue, stinky. So we had the principal, so we must have run out of smoke. And we all trucked up, we all drove, and went home for lunch and. Yeah, but. The principal walked out of the front of the big beer, down the steps, out front, out the smoke from one of the kids that was smoking across the block. And walked back and smoked it on the school grounds, and walked it.
Otherwise, except.
Remember old Carl Larson?
The next guy comes in.
Remember him? I don't.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Lyle Kurzmark was another one of those guys, yes,
The circle.
he was unbelievable what that furnace room was, and actually was in the lower level of the three-story building. That was an element, the one that I landfilled.
Yeah.
Yeah, landfill.
Oh. That's. But you do have that. Contract, you just not making it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Grab all that. Yeah, what do they do that?
I don't know what he's going to
Do that every day. And he don't cut and paste and what's that?
Haven't been in. Somewhere. I'm thinking.
Okay, Ashley, are you ready to go?
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I have three things today. What does it say first?
Whole separation health insurance.
Okay. So, for elected officials, we typically bring a, full separation health insurance contribution agreement to the board if, the employee takes health insurance. So with Sheriff Combs retiring at the end of the month, he will enter into the post-separation health insurance contribution. We allow anybody that's been here more than 12 years until age 55. The county will contribute $347.25 a month towards the health insurance premiums. So this is just an agreement allowing him to do as an elected official. Justin has reviewed it and it's just an agreement that is signed by the board chair and Combs and the board chair, allowing this agreement.
And actually, this is kind of what I did, I think. But
Yes.
when he turns 65 down, he has to go on Medicare, then that'll go away.
Yeah.
And they have to be on the county plan.
Yes,
Yep, to receive it.
and his, like, that plan now, if he's on that family plan, that's for the family too, he has to pay the difference.
Yes, he pays the difference.
Yeah.
Yep, and it's till becomes Medicare eligible.
Right.
So this is just individual. This number, this 347 is just for him, period.
Just for him, it's the amount that we offer anybody, even that if you're in the union, if you're department head. And then we bring this agreement to the board as an elected official because they don't follow policy or any.
Right.
So,
So if his, just like in this case, his or they had a spouse that wasn't Medicare eligible, when it end, when the departing employee becomes eligible.
not necessarily. It's a case by case basis depending on, and I work with the insurance company on that. We've had a situation where one was Medicare eligible, but the spouse was not. And they were able to stay on, but it depends on years of service and things like that.
Sure.
Hmm?
But the three, the
This is
dollar.
only
amount-
for the employee.
Yeah,
That's
right,
it.
right.
If the spouse would have paid on, they would not be eligible for this. This is only for the employee.
That's what I was getting at.
Sorry, yes, only for the employee.
And there was like for my wife. She was co-bred for 3 years on that deal. So even though she was 10 years younger than me, but. So at like 58 or 59, she was off of that plan and I had to get her some different stuff. But yeah, it was helpful. I think it's well deserved, you know, we worked here over 30 years, so yeah, it's a long time, so.
Mr. Chair, you're looking for a motion?
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a motion on a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, so the next is, for our interim sheriff, getting the wage set and then the, leave of absence with the new position. So how we typically do, promotion is a 3.5% on their current wage, placing them on the scale without a decrease. So in this instance, the interim sheriff would be at a grade 34, step 3 at $52.91 an hour. That's what the 3.5% on the wage is achieved.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The next is just the leave of absence. So she currently has a leave of absence from when she went from deputy sheriff to chief deputy. So this is just identifying that she's now going to sheriff and it's still the leave of absence.
So.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The next thing I, along with this, that I have more of a question and some guidance is, a payout. So she is an interim sheriff. She is not technically elected. And so Chad and I had a conversation about this and I thought I'd bring it to the board for discussion. And so she's not technically elected. And so what we do when someone goes to an elected position is they're not eligible for vacation or sick. And so that is paid out. And then they're eligible for the parity plan, which is only for elected officials. So my question, I guess, historically, what we've done is we have paid out. I went to the board, I believe the last one was last interim sheriff. And it was decided to do that. So I'm just bringing it to the board to find out what we want to do this time. If we want to pay out her vacation. And treat her as an elected official, and then she'd be eligible for the parity plan. Or if she's still an appointed position, it still will accrue vacation sick until, the next year in the event she is elected to be the elected official. Just looking for some guidance.
Has she given her input on that?
We've talked about it, but it hasn't been a lot of it.
So this, like, now her sick time, now, does she have enough years for that? It's like 10 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this just vacation then? Okay,
Well, my thought, not looking back, looking forward. to me, the determination as it relates to the, with, I don't know if the policy or practice would be whether a person is elected or reelected. And so I think it should stay, if she is, as an appointed, and at the point of the election, then they roll into that program. Otherwise, you could be kind of going back and forth, and I just don't, this seems it should be coincided with the election.
My thought, Mr. Chair, is how does the state do it? So we have a treasurer that moved out of the county, so they went from being elected to appointed. Right, so that, I mean, that was by definition, they were now appointed, they were no longer elected. Which, when you're appointed, you have different. You're following different rules, right? You have to use vacation, you know, you're not, you know what it means to be elected rather than appointed, right? So when we appoint a sheriff, are they following under, by state law, are they following under appointed rules or elected? I think it's elected, I don't know. But I think maybe we should find that out before we make a decision on. Yeah, cause if they're gonna be classified as the elected and operate under those those policies, then let's go with the elected. If they're appointed, we'll go with. We don't have to make that decision. It's in state law. We just need to know what that is. I don't know what that is, and I didn't.
Would the consensus be that then, if it is under? They follow all rules and regulations as an elected,
I think you have to.
then will you follow the procedure that way with their sick and vacation?
I guess the only thing you're saying that is if it's not specific, I agree with Troy, if it's not specific, I think the decision should be in the narrative. Appointed, elected. If it says elected, then it should be an election, but if it's specific, then we follow the specifics. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I think we just, and I'll make a motion to table this until our next meeting, and let's find out how are they operating? I mean, that's.
Have the county attorney here too as well.
So there really wasn't a motion, she was just looking for.
Made a motion to table this until next meeting, so we can get more information.
Okay.
Do we have a second on that motion?
The last motion that was made was to approve the leave of absence. Okay, so there hasn't been a motion.
voted on that?
Yep, and so it was my understanding that you were looking for guidance or consensus. No,
This is for paying out.
yep, so there is a new motion then.
Yeah.
To table, yeah.
The motion to table.
Okay,
Do we have a second on the motion to table?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion? I guess I just got one deal there when the previous sheriff was appointed to fill my deal. That was 2 years. That's a long time. So I think some of the questions you're gonna have is, you know, with this is, what about her sick time? What about her vacation time? Cause the actual sheriff doesn't get sick or vacation time. So those are some questions that the state probably can help us with, because there is a lot of, there's been a lot of appointed sheriffs, this year that have retired. So there's gotta be some. We don't want anybody to lose out on anything either, so. Okay, any further?
I know Troy made the motion, who seconded it?
Before we do, just to make sure I understand. Either way, they wouldn't be losing anything, would they?
Well, probably not. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, if it's a month from now, it's determined that it is. That way she would get her 1 day vacation or whatever it is. Sick time.
And then if she'd operate, and she'd have her, and at the point, then she'd get paid out whatever was due on January 1st. If she's elected.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's just a matter of whether.
When?
Now, when, so.
Okay,
We're just giving ourselves time so we don't make the wrong decision.
right.
Yeah, but what my point is that, just to clarify that, she wouldn't be losing anything on our decision.
Right.
Okay. I
It would
agree.
it would go retroactive.
So I understand, yeah.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
All right, the last thing I have is our para discussion. So on December 2nd, I brought to the board, the option of, employees to use their player contribution to be para eligible and to be, part of their earnings. And so after that motion, and that discussion was had, it was sent out to employees to request or, enroll in that. We had a couple that were interested. We did have a union, the union came to us with concerns about the situation and thought that it was violating para guidelines and state statutes, so the personnel committee discussed it a little further and we did find some documentation, I believe that's in your packet, from state statute and para employer manual. And it does state that any employer paid amounts towards health insurance cannot be part of their salary. And so in the discussion that we had with personnel committee with the information provided, it does not appear that we can offer the cafeteria plan to be salary for para. So just looking to, yes, eliminate the option.
I will make that motion to eliminate that option of cafeteria para.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yes, it is what it is. I mean, we all read what the law says there, so. Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tina.
All right, the first item I have is, in your packet was the application for the third opening seat on the strategic planning committee for a member of the public. So I'm looking for a motion to, either accept or deny the application.
We have a motion to accept, that was Eric, right?
Eric Risberg,
Eric
yep.
Risberg. That is the third member of the planning commission.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second, any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, next item is, looking ahead on the calendar. November 3rd is a regular board meeting date. It's also elections day. And I know in the past, that board meeting has been rescheduled, and I know sometimes, that was due to the fact that Chad clerk, he also had to do elections that day. I'm not sure if it happened when Carl was in this position, and I just wanted to bring it forward and look for a reschedule date if we need to reschedule it. It would be a board's decision.
Well, I think we should reschedule that. We usually do.
Well, we've always done it because the
It's-
clerk of
It's state law, you can't have a meeting on that day.
Well, then that solves that.
Yeah, that solves that. Okay, so we're looking, thank you, Chad. We're looking then for when the board would like to meet or reschedule that meeting date. And I don't know if there's a past practice, I believe past practice was the Wednesday or Thursday after. My memory is failing me right now.
Wednesday, the 4th,
I
9
would,
o'clock.
I would ask, do we do it the fifth, but. That's just anything. Luckily, I'm not sitting in the chair spot, so I don't have to make that decision. I would ask for the fifth.
Any preferences, Doyle?
Well, we just skip it. We got one for no meeting.
Kenny, you got any problems with the fifth or
Well,
with the?
I got Brian West meeting, but we'll be done with that, so I can get for that in time, so I know I don't have a thing.
No?
I'm open.
Okay. Well, then we'll, I can consent that, right? Without a motion.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just set Thursday, November the 5th. At 9 o'clock for
I'm sure we'll get notified, but not.
We're gonna have a work session, so it's 8:30.
Check the minutes.
Okay, so you got that then, Nina?
Mhm.
November 5th?
Yeah. Right, next item, Grant County Annual Township Meeting is, scheduled, for March 3rd at 1 o'clock in the community building, here in town, in the meeting room and below the library, the Sanford Room, I believe it's called. The letter that came from the association requested that commissioners attend, the coordinator, sheriff, auditor, assessor, highway engineer, emergency manager, and environmental services. I'd like to really have a good showing, I guess, of, county departments to give updates at the association. So I just wanted to bring that forward, make sure that everybody was aware that they requested that.
And
Uh,
go ahead,
I,
go ahead.
I have to be in St. Paul for MRC at 5 PM, so I'm not gonna make it.
The next item on,
Tina, I got something
oh,
there.
yep,
So, you know, I've been to lots and lots of those meetings and they're very good. And I do understand why the town board wanna see their elected officials and their county people there, so I think it's gonna, you know, be important that they come if they can. So, and I think most of the time they do,
mhm.
that's what I've seen over the years, so. But it's a good way to stay in contact with the local boards there. And see who's on them and things like that, so. Go ahead.
Okay, next item, I shared with you in your packet, AMC has some resources, and as a follow-up to the work session, when Justin Anderson was here and talked about, elected commissioners' role in local government. These are resources that AMC has. One is the duties of a county commissioner, the general ethics guide for counties. And then, a draft county board operating procedures handbook. And they were all included in your packet for you to review. Moving forward, before I started, some work had started on a few policies, a code of conduct guidelines document for the county board and the county, as well as some board operating procedures. So, continuing to look at those documents and, we'll be bringing them forward in the future. But, review of those AMC resources I thought would be helpful, when we start looking at our, local documents and how we'd like those to look. And then the last item, PDQ app. It's a resource that, the county can use to, track inventory, track compliance, scan our systems, see what devices are connected to our systems. It's a much more efficient way to conduct that business. Currently how it's done is manpower, through our, IT contractors. So, Morse Electronics staff have to go out and do a lot of these things. With this app, it simplifies that process tremendously. It doesn't take as much, manpower to go and do the tracking and the inventory. The app does it for you, and then it provides tangible outcomes like spreadsheets, and lists that then can be, gone over by Morse Electronics and or our tech committee as needed. And so I am just bringing this forward. There was a free trial with this. We did enter into the free trial. Morse Electronics, implemented it. It's already provided some good tangible, documents that contain data, regarding Grant County and our resources and our inventory and our compliance. So we felt that it was, definitely worth, exploring the annual license, which is $1,650 a year. So I am bringing it forward to the board. There was some additional, information in your packet about the application and how it works. But just looking, to the board to see if you would be willing to approve the 1-year annual license to continue using this just as a more efficient resource.
Mr. Chair, I got a question. Of these costs, I mean, it shows an introductory that's fairly reasonable, $1,650. Are those costs gonna go up? As we
Okay.
move forward?
That's the cost for the app to run the system. If the
Right.
app changes their costs, I don't know, but it's an annual one, so we would bring it back for annual approval.
Okay, we're looking for a motion to approve.
So good a question. Morris Electronics and somebody are doing some or all of these functions, and with this, it will streamline it, it'd be more, how, what do we do today compared to what we would do with, for $1,650?
So now it's somebody going around to each department doing, physically checking everything to try to do an inventory of all the items that we have to have an inventory for. I can't speak for the technology side of it, like if there's a technician or if it's Darren that sits at a computer and sees, you know, what's connected to our network at the time, you know, they do that. This app, it's, you know, again, IT isn't my wheelhouse, so it's implemented and it spits out reports. It's constantly collecting this information, so someone can go in and say, run me an inventory report. Run me right now what devices are all connected to our network. So it's just a lot easier and less man hours to do that. kind of-
Morris Electronics doing that function now?
Yes,
So is there any relative change to their contract since it's gonna be less man hours?
no, because this would be like a special project above and beyond what they do on their service days. So, facility maintenance in the past has helped with, you know, inventory tracking. That list is extremely outdated, and what happens is, on regular service contract days, there's not always enough time after they address all the issues to do these kinds of projects, so we are behind on, having an accurate, up-to-date inventory of what's being used. And I know facility maintenance is gonna go through, all of the IT equipment that's being stored in, for example, at the courthouse. And recycle what can be recycled, save what needs to be, and that's what kind of brought this to light. I know Western Prairie uses the PDQ app, I know other counties use it just as a way to help be more efficient with tracking inventories and like making sure we're staying up with all of our compliance things, so.
Mr. Chair, if I may, so one of your, and I'm not an IT person either, but it's been explained to me that one of your vulnerabilities of a computer is it not being up to date. This is gonna tell you what computer is not up to date. You don't have to have someone go and look. Sure. So $1,650 to, I'm not gonna say you're gonna eliminate that vulnerability, but you're reducing it is.
Reducing the probability, because the app will just automatically run
Everyone can tell
scans.
you that these computers need to be updated.
And it's obviously secure.
Yes, this was recommended by Morse Electronics.
Corporate America's had this for quite a while. So, Mr. Chair, I will make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Yep.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, motion carried. Okay, so we're on the board committee reports here, Tina. Okay, Budget and Finance Committee,
We meet on Monday.
okay. Building Committee,
We met, I don't remember.
It was last week or the week before, I can't remember.
We had a question. We talked about that expense and then Bill and I and Maya got a mini tour of the valve or the work that was in this building that was leaking, that had a warranty.
Okay.
Did we learn anything, Bill?
Not yet.
Where are we trying to?
Well, it was $8,000 some dollars and it was, I shouldn't say it should have been under warranty, but it was questioned. When the company was, help me out, in Alec.
Maya's on, we could ask Maya.
are you on, Maya?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question. What was it?
But Maya, remember that meeting when we were talking about that $8,000 or whatever dollar bill, like for that valve that, I forget the company from Alec that installed a lot of this stuff in this building, no
Mission
question
Mechanical.
whether it's warranty or Mission Mechanical. There you go, thank you. Did we learn anything, or is that all our expense, or?
Well, the repairs have been made, but I have not seen the bill yet. I know that the initial estimate was much more than what it actually took them to do, so I'm still waiting to get the actual bill back, so. That's all I can tell you at this time. I have not seen the new bill yet.
But there was no warranty?
No.
EMS committee.
We are gonna bring back, we've been working with Senator Rasmussen's legal team, and gathering, information. And, the committee is working on a short presentation to share at the first meeting in March, the work session, to talk about EMS and kind of where we're at. And some plan, some ideas on how we think we can move forward. And so that'll be coming to the work session March 3rd.
Okay. Personnel committee.
I think we're up to date on everything we've talked about.
Okay. Highway committee, Bill, you got that up?
I do, this come from our engineer, Matt Ivaro. And I'll touch on the maintenance side. The new grader has arrived. Everybody gets excited when the new grader comes in. Winter operations continue as normal. The warmer weather brings potholes, which we have already started patching. On the construction side, the bridge on County Road 52 and the Pelican Lake Township Culvert project have already been bid. CASA number 20 reconditioning from CASA 4 to CASA 26 is advertised for bids. Seal coat and traffic marking plans will be advertised by the end of the month. Other items of note. The CASA project through Hoffman is moving along. The right-of-way limits are now defined and can begin platting the right-of-way. CASA number 8 through Norcross is still in the early stages of development, with mostly survey and background work completed. We'll move into the design this summer. The box culverts on County Road 35 and CASA 14 are in the permitting stage, with design at about 95%. The number 3 box culverts at CASA 4 have also moved from design and into permitting stages. And acquisition of required easements will start in the late spring.
And those box culverts on 4, they're all in that, bridge
Yep.
bonding, category. Yeah, that's what's holding that project up.
Yep.
County Road 4, some Ashby to the bridge is gonna go first with, but we're waiting for that bridge bonding money for those, 3 culverts there.
That's correct.
Yeah, and so, it just takes time to get approval of that, so, okay. All right, Public Safety Committee.
When the contract done, the contract will be coming at some point here, I would suspect in March. We haven't met for a while, but
We're trying to plan a meeting, we're gonna schedule a meeting for the first part of March.
So permanent address, according to the paper, a question, the living situation. Did that get resolved, or is it resolved from a countywide basis?
So, yes, it was taken out of the contract, the requirement for a deputy to live in a town, and that was discussed last year, and it was brought up originally when we met with clerks, and then it was discussed again when we talked with mayors, and Herman was unable to have anyone at those meetings. So that was why they hadn't known about it.
Okay.
And then a good point, you brought it up, Troy, with it. When those contracts originated back in 89. That's what it was, like, that they were put in there because there was not 24-hour patrol. Actually, when I started with the county,
there was no night patrol Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. Because there's only 2 deputies.
Well, right, we had Kenny.
Yeah, well, you did. That's a good point too. The cities had their police. They all did. They all did. And that's kind of how that all changed when the city got away from that. So, but anyway, there's coverage out there, so, you know, it's not like any of the towns are sitting open. I mean, there's people there to respond. One of the things we brought up, and I don't know where to go, but I would like to see us do like the township meeting. Do that with all the cities where we're all in the room and all of them are all invited and. Yeah, whatever the conversation is, it is. Once a year? Yep. Yeah. It'll take some logistics to get it done, but, you know. Probably a rotation deal or whatever. Not a bad idea though. So, you look into that. All right, solid waste committee. We haven't met since Reed was here, so we've got. I think we're up to date on, the board's up to date on where we were. Or are. The strategic planning committee. We haven't met this year. Okay. Horizon Public Health. Well, we're actually doing interviews tomorrow. We're interviewing candidates to fill and Stein's position there. And it'll be a busy day tomorrow. We're scheduled from. How many are there? There is 5, I believe. Yes. 5 of them. 4 internally and 1 externally, I think that's what it was. It was 3 or 4 internally. So we're going from, you know, 9 o'clock or so till we're done. So it's be a busy day tomorrow down there. So. Okay, Western Prairie Human Services. Any report from Western Prairie? We were all there, I guess, so. Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I got a couple comments. Sophia from Pomme de Terre had requested that we go through the annual report and had Tina send it out. I talked to Brent Gilbertson. And he's gonna be on the agenda at our next meeting in March.
And go over that.
Pomme de Terre and Chippewa, Pomme de Terre, all 3 of them. And he's gonna be prepared to address that. The other question I had, and more for Doyle than anything, I just thought of it, I see the William is coming up in construction. Is there adequate construction insurance that's in place, since we're paying bills as this thing is being built? If something should happen?
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the insurance agent, he'll try out, he want to know, he can watch the property, so he just keeps whatever. Really, do you got that better from Cardi Craft?
We don't wanna build it twice.
No.
No, on that,
We know the wind blows.
with the fair project, Scott Levismeyer is scheduled to come the second meeting in March, the work session, to give an update. So,
Okay,
That's all, yeah.
then we just got a little letter here from Cardi Craft with Child Youth. And she just requesting that, or the county's portion of that probably could get paid by, was it June 1st? Yeah. The 15,000 that we budgeted for. And we all know that they're doing wonderful things over there, so.
is there an invoice or any document there to,
Yes,
or, okay,
right there.
and I can take that, give that, if that's his office.
It will go. Like that. So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
make note that we just got an email from Chad that maybe should be looked at in case we wanna address it.
okay.
You know, I'm good with where we are.
The only thing, I guess, on Alba Lake is that we do have mail ballots, and so it's maybe a little different in Grand County that on the day. But I'm fine with what we changed, but it is material to something we decided earlier.
We're good with the fifth, 2 days later, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Daily. Thanks for that update there, Chad. All right, so now at 11 o'clock, we have these interviews. So do we just recess then until 11 o'clock? That's our procedure. Okay, so we're gonna recess till 11 o'clock and it's at 10:07 AM.
I think they actually had something.
Oh,
Well, no, I just have applications that I can, if you guys would like to review them before 11.
well, do we have to recess then, or do we just, can we interview after you? Redo?
I would recess because then, so like I've seen the applications, then we aren't taking any official action until at least 11.
Okay.
But we can all still be
Here, read it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we'll recess then until 11 AM and it's 10:08 AM.
You got hard copies for everybody? Okay. I'll shut this down.
Remember when we recess, do anything with this? We do anything with the recording, deposit?
No, it's all still public. There could be somebody sitting here, so we just let her roll.
Okay.
So we're not gonna get it.
Yeah.
Well, I got a donut. Did you see?
Are you gonna get what?
Did you bring a donut? No, I didn't. I grabbed 1%.
There's a break for lunch.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, it's 45 minutes. It's scheduled for 11:45 to 1.
Yeah, it's just,
There's lunch. We're not gonna deny you a meal.
Well, you notice the heck sheriff asked for all that. Yeah, that is home with it. Yeah.
That's good.
I've never turned one down, you know.
Oh, really? If I'd have known that they were gonna bring Sandy donuts, Sanix, I'd ordered a box,
Yeah.
but they're $2.50 a piece.
I don't know if you guys are worth $2.50.
You need
You're staying a little short this month?
I'm what?
You want some money, but I
want you to pay. There's a lot of time.
You're asking the question.
I can ask the question and then, that in here, and ask the question. It is not listed.
So there's 3 here now.
Hey, Johnson. Come here.
Just a minute, I gotta make a phone call quick.
All right.
Back.
What, Ashley?
Yeah,
Which one? There's one here that withdrew, right?
It's not in there,
But there was 5 total in there. There was 5 total, 4, but no, which one withdrew? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
How would you like to set up the room? Should I put one of these tables, like
this.
sit here and have them sit?
See all on this side, there's a lean-to on there,
you want them to.
or trying to get the beer garden here, because you know how shabby that looks.
Yeah. And then, this won't be enclosed.
No, they're gonna be just like that.
Yeah. Are they gonna have like a bug screen on there?
I don't know, we're gonna treat that. But this is, 24 feet wide. 24 That'll be cemented under there,
Yeah. And that 100 and some feet long,
yeah,
I can stand in there and drink beer and then bring,
and, they don't feel very good, but this is better,
this one, bro.
So where are you thinking about moving that one?
Here,
Huh?
and then.
Just like
they're gonna
that?
do-
Okay.
Well, otherwise it won't be balanced, it's too,
Okay.
that bother you?
No, space to sell on for somebody else.
Okay, so then we need to move a table for the
And
applicant.
here,
This one?
we're gonna just have a door on there that. So there's like a. Another
Okay,
door,
we'll
10
have to
feet to get
practice.
in.
Let's see. Test, Mr. Owl, can you see me?
16.
So if I go closer to the back.
That's all the way through, right?
Back.
There?
Yeah. 60 feet.
Yeah, so in the. They want to store it, that would be further in.
Then on the other side,
Test.
this side is small, there's 6 of them.
I
So
don't
you can
know.
open up and get the air going through there or whatever.
Test owl. Maybe they were the worst.
And then this end's 10 already.
Pretty.
There's one sheet they must not have had long enough.
Right.
It'll be all right.
That's gonna be.
You go sit there.
A damn before. And we gotta get down there.
You have to talk. Test, all here. Nope.
Yeah, usually it does.
Okay. So this is
Sometimes
not,
it's slow, but yeah, no, it's there.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering. If you should sit here where I sit, because it seems to really pick up that spot good. We don't need to sit. Right, and I don't know how to make it just focus on this spot, because if there's any noise that picks up. Whatever the noise is,
If you sat over there, then you could be the queen bee.
I don't,
wait, are you okay with the applicant sitting here?
I think that's a good spot.
Okay,
That'd be great.
Well, you're showing up there right now.
Yeah.
They look like you anyway, I think.
Maybe.
Oh, we are. So we poked into there now.
and we can do it when I'm right here, when I get before you.
Let's do it right now.
I can bring them up.
Just.
Okay, so this one is the post separation health insurance one.
Snow's gone and you got the water. Oh, yeah.
Oh, pretty good.
Is it?
This is the,
I'll forget about it. It's gonna get muddier.
culvert
before it gets
replacement or
better.
bridge replacement. So if you just sign on this
It's
one now
rain.
first.
Nothing. Yeah.
Let's use this one. Everything now.
The landfill would like heat. According to this.
Is that it?
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
we did it.
Yeah, maybe some snow with that good. So actually, did the actually girls win last night? Who did they play?
You were here.
Is that enough for us?
Nope, this was just the last regular meeting.
No.
Now it is the.
I didn't play, was that in the Ashby or? You know, yeah. Good.
They played very well, they're shooting that match was good, it was fun.
Yeah. That's, that was fun to see that. So they, I don't know how many wins they got, but they,
Like,
yeah, they bested themselves for the last 6 years before that, probably. Combined, but, yeah. They get quite a few playing basketball or not.
we don't see two, or we have two, whatever.
Well, the tournament starts for keeper this week.
What did you say, state playoffs for what is this?
I believe it's hockey,
The next week?
I think it goes girls hockey, boys hockey, wrestling. Girls basketball, boys basketball, their first state tournaments. Busy.
Is Ashley gonna ask the questions?
Yeah.
Can you add in if there's been any, if they have any experience managing people? I don't know if that's like a follow-up to one of them or.
About the leadership, three. Yeah, to that,
Oh, okay, yeah, more of it.
coming at it.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there's any, if we knew if there's any experience. It's cold in here.
It is. I was just gonna take a poll here. Can I turn this up a little?
Can't take a drop hole.
Okay.
So
You're the
here's
chair.
the thing with drop holes though, is
Yeah.
that there was what, 86 people, so let's use 100, that's nice and round. Let's say that 80% of them favored one or the other. There's 6,000 people in this county.
Right.
We can't let those 100 make a decision, right, 6,000.
No, that's exactly right. So I'm gonna, last night at our meeting, one of the individuals wanted us to do a straw poll, but we said we couldn't do it. He said, well, maybe you can, but I can. So he says, well, how many want shotgun, how many want rifle? There you go, he said, well, I know for a fact that it didn't come out in his favor, so it did, because you could see it on his, when he said, how many want shotgun, and, you know, there are a few, some, how many want rifle, then run, hey, good man, he just, there you go. So.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't, but I can. Have at it. Yeah. Well, I thank them for. Yep.
I was pleased that it stayed civil.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to be mad, I can give them the names of the legislators who put that bill together.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. But he sent me an email here a month ago and wanted to know when the meeting was and when we passed it. I said, well, we haven't done any of it, so. Yeah. Yeah, I got quite a few mails in the last couple of days on it.
But why did you ever think about throwing your name in the hat for the license bureau?
Nope. I don't think anybody would hire me. Honestly, say I wouldn't have the right skills there. Technology wise,
Really?
I could probably relate to the people, but.
Yeah, we could have turned that new meeting room into the license bureau and Ashley could have done that. That was nice to have options.
Thank you.
Well, you need, I mean, you need a little extra to do. Cause it's not dark when you get home now. So is our goal to make a decision on this today or what?
Actually, I got a question for you. So if we, wherever we pick here today, what happens to then we have to go through the process again, then to fill
So
the.
then, yes, it all depends like the time, like the timeline, because know, this position, Don will be trained. And so that can take some time. So if it's right away or if we wait until, you know, that is training a little bit. Maybe what to do right away. But I don't know, we're like, I'm talking about part and then.
But regardless, I guess what I'm asking, would we go down on this list at some point?
We have to react. Yep, again, another pool of applicants.
Okay. What did you want there, sir?
I don't know if I call you sir, it's giving me now. I can't remember.
Wrangler's gone.
What,
What's that? Pretty president. Really exciting. On the phone with them.
They in order that they're gonna come?
Get mine. Oh, yeah.
The ones that we were keeping in mind.
Well, you'll be busy.
I think Douglas County stays slug.
They might. Oh. They what?
Sounds like Douglas County went state slug. South of the interstate.
Oh, south of the interstate, yeah, yeah. No.
Yeah.
I thought their public hearing was tomorrow.
Yeah, because Schmidt,
But
his brother's a commissioner. But he was here today. What's his first name? Stu. His brother is the Schmidt and he said, oh, and it's Ash Wednesday, they got their hearing on Wednesday night. Unless they changed it or.
I always said I got bad information, but they just said it on the news. Talked to some people that were, heard it on the news, so. Could be bad information, I don't know.
I don't see where they would make any statement as a board.
Not yet,
Before that public hearing.
not yet. So. No clue why they plastered it out there, but it was.
I can tell you, one of their commissioners is a very big proponent, wanting to get MRC drugged into endorsing going to rifle, so if they went with shotgun, that probably was a big fight.
Well, they would have had board action and we haven't heard it. I mean. It's all that's really affects me. But you know, cannon, that's what I'm gonna use. Block shoot. Buckshot.
Block shoot.
I think these flashing lights on these tractors and stuff like that, when they're out there doing. Whatever they're picking rocks or whatever, they better put a flashing light on that. Out in the middle of the field or something. Or keep it on. when they're-
Well, if you can't see a tractor out in the middle of the field, then you better not be on.
You never know.
Well, if I'm out in the field and they shoot at me, they better damn well hope they kill me.
Gotta gotta be an education piece. People, please, practice and please watch your back. That's your.
Well, I'm hoping they're doing it now with, even with the slug guns, but they'll.
Thing don't do.
If you threw a wayward slug, you film from here to the courthouse, with a wayward slug.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Well, it could get a ricochet,
oh yeah, I got one in Herman, that's what I talked about.
Yep.
That was deer driving, that guy was here, one guy over here, he shot the deer. Well, I'm like, good.
You forgot about the other one up there in our grass.
Oh, that was buckshot though. I was gonna.
Was that a self-infliction thing or what?
Well, it was party time, but.
You wanna hear it, Bill?
Sure.
Well, this is a Wendy Olson. So you could park them, I think.
Yeah.
Right up to the curb and not be deactivated.
But I was talking to somebody, I was talking to somebody in the parking lot, that had sat there for
4 or 5 minutes. There was cars lined up the other way.
They're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, he wasn't.
No, didn't sound like it. I bet he won't do it again.
I don't know. Somebody probably went in and told him that. What's the deal here? Would that have been a, was it from Wheaton or? I don't even know where it was from. I never looked. I couldn't even.
But can't you open up the door and leave that sign flat? Or does it, the minute you open up that door, that's automatic? You can't discontinue?
So you, like when they load in the parking lot, they don't have that sign. They're all. And when they're in the, like, when they're in the school in Ashby, they pull up to the curb, which is protected, you know, and then the doors open and the sign's not out. They can shut them off.
No. I don't grab a bus, so. You one would assume that you could.
Yeah, if somebody was getting, if they dropped the kids out there, I could see it, but door open, nobody to see through the. Lights were flashed, so that time was all. I don't think that's right.
No, not, nobody get out of no.
That board.
And it's not in the loading zone.
Gentlemen, who came in or over you? People would come back to Hampshire. And it's really bad because I don't want that. He was fixed. And. Yeah, I didn't know who the air. They doing something. For checking. Show whatever, but I think that. And that, so I. And good on that. Who's the other one? Here. Okay. So. What about, he give the word God, I kept it with the go down for the Johnson. I know what you're gonna say. 45 minutes we got, I said, just finish strong.
That might be, he's got a big crowd.
And
Maybe pushing it.
well, like you said. I know maybe all of them. Go there every time. And you're gonna be. Taking more than started those. Right. Besides whoever else is in town. That's a lot of change. Oh, yeah. Yeah, property value, same thing, he's. Where in there your place one. Yeah, but all private and it's. Steve, it's called, I just looked, evidently, and I heard about it, but I didn't go to the either. We spoke about all of the distribution. So like they're paying the distribution, yes. So. Right forward, they made all that, they're last, this year they made 557.9 million. I said, these are the really unique, and I was just going to say, text that you could have done. Right, and those are that. Pretty by that. See. I hate to say it because. Launch.
Let's say. Names of these other names. States in the future. Moments. It's not obvious. So now it's. Stop. I don't know, it's not really so now, they are violence. And just. They're kind of, so it's happening. You're fine, you're fine. Ignorance in their, now is a reserve, ranking their balance sheet in a spend what they like to do, they're willing to develop it, but that's the way that it's part of the spade. And they're pulling their rug out. Probably fine, was it?
Anyway, one of them are all.
Well.
DNR gal, well, the gal, you know, you can put, I go back in the day when I helped bury that and then took away the whole. I needed. Put my feet off, you know, and we own.
42 years I did. Things about it. So want everyone home, the two of them, it's the distribution of rights.
Like,
You share your races, my race.
applicants here, are we closed for early or not? I don't know.
Start making away with that. I don't
know why we can't,
I mean, it's.
I mean,
it's. And it's a.
I told the public,
I said.
you know, to schedule.
You got to be really pricing in the cities, CHS, the cities, they've been kind of one of their jobs. I said, you got.
In any area,
No,
so we can't, really have to stick to a timeline.
Now, the rain is a little bit, man.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Did you have much, she's here, you wanna start early?
Sure, that's fine.
I think we can do that.
Well, it lists on the agenda though what time we're starting, doesn't it? Cause it's open meeting. So if if it lists on the agenda, we start at 11, we better wait till 11.
Yeah, well, it got stated, so.
Cause it's, it's an open meeting, someone could show up.
Yeah.
But. And I said, I, you know. Hey. There's a kid that out and just see their call. Yeah, that's the main, but see, they got. Border states and they got very late, I mean, it was. But I know why. Who died? The they don't. They were fight. And he said, I'll never forget it, he said, yeah, it's a group of people that it will really be on 5 feet. And I laughed at that bill, I said, give it. You were that.
We still have the corn.
Oh, it's at the.
I sent them, I said, well, if we get the smart enough, you come back and yeah.
I mean, I didn't know you.
No,
But you're not-
like, that's another interesting story, and there's a lot of
Stuff from that Macedon. Is that the
Get.
historic museum?
Museum. He did say, just call me up. Said, I don't know if you wanna know this, but I said. Said, CHS is looking at
That's
that,
awesome.
Belgard, on the other street. They want to put in a grain ridge in Michigan South, they're like, they did, yeah. I mean, what, I think it was one where there, and he said, they're not going to pull that, but I said, that. Nothing happened. I'm saying, I said, you need to break down. You need to buy your own place. And I said, was we ever do anything with it? What we pay for it, we got out. And it is, which Belgard it was, it's uncle, I was forget his name, but anyway, you sure don't know what I do. If they would come in there, they actually do.
But she did, and she still is, but they, one spot, and
And obviously you feel like a parent. I am interested to see what the rest of the well, it's that, where you have to do that, the phone, everything.
Yeah, that's not good work. You like the manager, you can have a way, you can marry, you know, but then he's usually work with them. He's.
There's also some problems, there's a problem.
Yeah, and there is no timeline. It's not the goal. And the struggle with people. figured. We did not, there's like 4 8 employees, $10 million or.
Right, you know.
Yeah. James, he's really done a nice job here at Control, probably, yeah, all that.
Oh, backside,
I always say it's a good little.
Right. We don't have that spot, so you know, the clients figures that just for the.
it's a nice finish, man. You put it back,
Yes. That's what, I bet you that's rough.
you beat that up,
Yeah.
you're gonna have big fish in there, which you probably do, but you'll have bigger one.
Well, this is the devil's rings.
Oh,
But yeah, we don't keep it, it has to be like, you know, we got just, we put it like that.
They could get it up. Great energy. Lands.
you catch them like that out of your pond.
Oh, yeah, that size once in a while, but yeah, here's one. I reached out and grabbed that one for him, like, that, this is it, I heard about 7.5, 8 dollars. I got that. Cause he got a.
You don't play, you have to.
Nice fish.
You know, it's fun to catch them.
Yeah.
If we were shallow water like that, I mean, you got.
Cool, it's a minute you know, and they're bringing out. Yeah, but they want nice, you had to be careful.
Yeah,
That's
right.
And I was cooking out there too.
Nice.
Dang, right.
It sounds like it was a fun trip.
It was. Yeah. Yeah.
Brandon Grupo, he does a lot of it.
Yeah, I see him where he
Does a lot of guiding.
He liked one of those, the kid put it there, he's about this much over it.
Oh, yeah.
He liked it.
It's not good. Yeah. I mean, that's, I want to push back.
Yeah, Ashley, did you generate all these questions? So you guys going down to legislative conference?
No, if I would go down to that, Forsaken Cities. You couldn't pay me to go there. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Is that hotel even open yet?
Yeah. Yep, but it's booked.
We got a commissioner named Bill Valley that loves that, so
Well,
carry the torch.
I'm a little hesitant on you getting everybody together in that one building.
Yeah.
I'm a little hesitant. You know, there's some, you never know.
Yeah,
You know who shows up there? Good, last year we had Melissa Hortman and her husband and, or not her husband, but I mean, you know, all the, you know. The majority leaders and minority leaders and where things are at, Mark Johnson and everybody was there, the governor was there, everybody was there.
Like I said, I'm not that end of the spectrum as far as where it so happens right here.
Yeah.
But I know you have, and that's good.
Yeah, we ain't gonna get anywhere other than, you know what I mean, I wanna tug on. You know, make sure that, you know, with our chair meeting, that we're gonna push forward, because I had a EMS, spring car meeting where we lit up everybody that was tied into that, including a doctor that Eric was on that, you know, Dwight and I were both at the ambulance garage kind of talking about things and stuff like that. So we're gonna see if we can redirect some of them funds back locally versus, you know, begging the state for that 4 million, you know, for 26 and 4 million for 27. That don't go far enough, nor it only makes sense to do something like that. Don't think what is it, we gotta change the tax rate. And if we can get a united front and get Rachel to actually testify, and then we fill the room up down there. Cause George is one, our Senator Rasmus is one of the injured. And I've already pegged him on this, I talked to him on it, I said, you're gonna have to come around with the fact that this is recreation and we're not targeting people that got sicknesses as far as gaming and things like that. I said, this is money well spent. That could come out of charitable contributions. Be about double for, you know, for your Lions. Imagine being double that.
Great. Oh, we're gonna build a building in the park, but we may distribute between 45 and 50,000, which we're small. Compared to like here, actually, especially it's really big.
Huge. It's big money is what it is, so we gotta capitalize on that.
But like I say, you gotta flip a lot of pancakes if you're a Lions Club and make 50 grand.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Way more than people pay.
that ain't possible,
So
so.
when I was on the Ashby, they got Lions and they didn't have gaming. Selling tickets and just like everything $500.
Hey, we did the same thing for the fire department, and actually, for what our events, you know, give that thing life over there, because the city didn't have a budget in place for it last time. And the state auditors were breathing down the neck of, you know, the city of Lake on that. They were operating independently out of the Relief Association, see, so that's when it went full tabs, and then we started to grow and all that stuff. Pretty soon the state come in and said, you form a budget and get it into your audits. And that's it, then they kind of quit, because they didn't have to anymore. I mean, we run the gambling actor, Jay Gerke. Yeah, I worked for telephone company, so. They're not themselves. No, it's down, it's Kennewick County and all that neck of the woods. You've been doing that for quite a while. I can't remember the name of it. So, yeah, he's the IT guy, and I mean, he's on top of everything that needs to be. Jade Gear, we're talking about, Bob's kid.
Oh, yeah.
He's a gaming manager for the Upper Lake Fair.
Okay.
You got Rachel, she works at the Rachel Johnson, she does a nice job, she's a line on it for sure.
She kind of the manager of it.
Yeah.
Well, you kind of gotta have somebody in those roles that's got time for it. And she don't gamble, she can't gamble. So.
I don't hurt, Kenny. He's really nice. When we first started, and we didn't have all the regulations, and I was the captain, I was big trade. I'll never forget the state, we had an audit, state come in. That's back when Glenn Hall was, alive and doing the county, and I'd bring them. I'd get the boxes and I'd bring them a lot of cash to Joanne. She deposited. First of all, we have it in a lot of agency, I was doing it wrong, Gal asked me a question, finally I said. I'm sorry, ma'am. All I can say is I take the money of the funds. Dollar, I forget to go in. You're just not doing it. That was, big comment. Yeah, I know.
Oh, they're watching.
I didn't expect them to be. Yeah.
They watch it like a hawk.
Oh, and after that, I think we're gonna hire someone. But I think Rachel Johnson, I think her mother is being, you wrong. What's the last name? Yeah. But I actually started every one of her. They have the kid in the kids. It's that, but I think her mother, I don't want you to say that. But it's about the same. Yeah. She really is. I don't keep it wrong.
Myself and then
It's warm in here. You're moving around. Okay, good, because man, that's 68, man, I was starting to shiver. I mean, Stacy hands. Funny enough, reason I had it. Yeah, I know. Well, fuck.
Ready?
Who wants to, should I go get her, or you want to go get her?
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Go ahead. Nice.
All right, you have a hot seat right here. I will explain a little bit of how everything has been done. Okay. Well, all right, so welcome.
Morning.
Hi, Mary.
All right, thank you for coming today. So how our process will work is, I'll be asking the questions.
Okay.
Give you an opportunity to ask us some questions at the end, and then if the commissioners have any questions.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So what you have in front of you is a job description. The director position is in here. And then the additional documents is the health insurance. So it goes over the contributions, which you've seen.
Yep.
And then the wage scale,
Okay.
which I've highlighted where the wage scale falls, for this position. And so that is the packet that you can take with you today. You obviously know how it works with
Yep.
steps and insurance and things like that.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions on, I guess, the benefit side, the wage side, job description side?
Nothing right now.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get into questions, and then, like I said, we'll give you an opportunity to ask us some questions at the end.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
So could you please tell us what you know about the License Bureau in this position and what your past work experience can bring to this position?
I've been there for almost 3 years, working under Dawn. It's not just doing tab renewals, you're constantly doing title transfers, DNR, driver's license, different types, like the enhanced or the real ID, and you're doing also disability certifications if someone comes in with a note from their doctor to get the disability certificate, you just process that. And then DNR, it's just kind of like you might have boat transfers, snowmobile transfers, ATV, some personal watercraft renewals and all that stuff. So just kind of learning all that under her has kind of helped knowing all that. So since I have like that little bit of, it kind of helps with moving forward.
So why are you interested in leading the Grant County License Bureau?
I'm interested in because I realize that, it might not come around again
like this might be my opportunity to step up at a higher position. So I just thought I should take that on while I have the opportunity.
So describe your leadership style in managing people, and how do you motivate staff in high volume, public facing environments?
You kind of, lead in by example. You know, you treat people the way you want to be treated. So like if a customer comes in like all, you know, crabby or whatever, you just keep calm. You just like stay calm, and then they'll probably calm down. So then you're able to help them and understand what they are looking for. So then that way, then the other person that's with you, they can kind of see how you handle stuff, how you handle the situation, and like, oh, well, if they're like this, and like, I can be like this, I'll just keep calm and everything will be good.
Can you give us an example of a situation you had to deal with and how the outcome was?
Oh, let's see, I think, let's see. There's so many of them. I think one time a customer came in and they wanted, to do, with their driver's license, they're usually, a lot of them don't know the difference between the real ID and the enhanced and the standard. So they just come in to renew their driver's license and be like, I want the real ID. It's like, okay, but we need paperwork. Well, they just start like, well, what do you mean paperwork? It doesn't say on this yellow sheet that we get. It's like, I know, but it's been out there, so you have to calmly explain to them that we need paperwork, and we show them what paperwork. We kind of go through it with them step by step. We give them copies of them, we highlight them. Sometimes they'll just come in back with that paperwork, but they won't have the right paperwork. And then we'll just be like, well, we'll go through the list again. And then they come a third time and they have all the paperwork right. And then we just kind of process it, and we kind of explain to them if we'll process it, but if they don't, the state doesn't accept what you have here, they will send you a letter, and then you would have to bring that letter in. There's a lot of times where a lot of the customers don't care if they get a letter. Some of them do. Some of them will just be like, well, what do I need to not get a letter? Like, well, this is the paperwork you need. So then they'll be like, well, I'll just come back. I'm like, okay, otherwise we can process it. But if you want to come back and you have the right paperwork, that's your choice. Yeah, so a lot of them come back.
Good. All right, so do you have work experience at a busy customer service counter performing multiple tasks at the same time? If so, give us some of that though.
I don't, this is pretty much my first position where it's high traffic. Cause at my old position, at my old job before License Bureau, I worked at Vine House, in which I was secretary, and usually the only people that would come in were the clients, sometimes staff members, but it wasn't as much as the License Bureau is. So kind of having that change, it's, yeah.
How about an example of multitasking, busy counter, and an example of the License Bureau current?
So like, let's say I am helping a customer, and then you're trying to type and get all that information, the phone rings, so you gotta grab that phone while you're helping that customer, and you're doing two things at once, you're getting tabs, you gotta go all the way over here, grab the tabs, do that, and then you gotta finish the customer, and then you're, you know, helping that customer on the phone as well, kind of at the same time. You just tell the customer, like, hey, I got a line, like, just hold on, I'll get to you, and then you finish tab renewals with that person, go back on the line with that other person, and then you finish up with them. Sometimes there's multiple tabs, like we've got farm tab titles like this, and some of them will stay there, stand around, chit chat while you're just going back and forth, getting their tab and stuff, or doing title transfers at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. Always busy.
Yeah, it is. Especially this time.
What strategies would you use to reduce wait times and improve workflow?
What's the question? Repeat the question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What strategies would you use to reduce wait times and improve workflow? If any, I should add.
Kind of hard, cause you never know what your day is. So you can't really set it, and like, you might have like a time where like, okay, at this time I'll do this paperwork. And this time I'll do this stuff, and just kind of going in between, well, you never know when you're gonna get a customer. So it's best to just do your paperwork before you kind of like start, so then you can wait on your customers while you're there. If you have downtime, you can do the paperwork, as you go. If a customer comes in, you set your paperwork aside and then handle the customer. If they leave and there's no line or anything, you just go back to your task.
Right, so how do you measure operational success in a license bureau?
Is there like an example, like?
Like, what do you see success in a license bureau? What parts of the job?
Okay, I think, success is just, taking care of your customers. Knowing that you're there to help them in order to get what they want. They come in for us for help to see if we can solve their problem, and just being there to be able to help them with their problem and solve it for them. Put a smile on their face, and it just makes our day so much better.
So what steps would you take in your first 90 days to assess the license bureau operations?
Just kind of continue what I've been doing. Doing all the deposits in the morning before everybody gets there. Get things set up, the plates, tabs, everything, make sure everything's set up for the day. So if a customer comes in like 5 minutes to 8, we're there ready to help them out. Stuff like that.
Would you make any changes in the office?
I wouldn't. No, it's kind of going smoothly the way it goes, the way it is now. I wouldn't change it.
Sounds good. Great, so how do you handle complaints and feedback from the public?
I guess you just take it one day at a time. I mean, if it's, something that's worrisome, you just take it to a higher up and be like, hey, I had this individual come in. They had this kind of issue. How are we supposed to handle it? What's the next step? Or should we just say, oh, no, don't worry about them. They're just, that's all their talk.
At what point would you elevate it up to someone different rather than, handling it within the office?
Like a higher up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
It does.
depends on the situation.
It does.
Do you have work experience examining applications for completeness and issuing secure documents while following procedures and maintaining confidentiality? If so, give us an example.
A little bit. My last job, we're getting to buying house. I was not just a secretary, a few years into my job position there, I was, kind of, what's the word? Delegated the task to hire staff on, because we didn't have program directors, they had their own jobs to do. So then I was tasked to do the hiring, do all their training, get them all set up for all the houses that they had to train at. Make sure they had CPR done and just keep track of all their training that they had to do for the year.
Do you do any of this in the license bureau now, like secure documents? You're looking at applications for completeness, things like that?
Yep, for our documents, we look at constantly to make sure, the titles are all done. Step by step, make sure they have the odometer, make sure they have, signatures there, make sure the, birth certificates for like driver's license are certified. Make sure that the, address is correct, that matches the driver's license, that there's one on their record. So we kind of make sure that they're all certified.
Right. Describe your experience managing budgets or public funds, if any.
I don't think I have any since I've been here. Dawn has showed me the way she does it, and we just do it in the books, like on paper. So that's easier, because we just go by, for our deposits, we just look at from the day before's, when our state kind of does our stuff. Then we write all the county deposits on one sheet, and then our state fees on another one. Then we just kind of keep track of all that stuff that way. Yeah, so it's pretty much all paper, so it's easier. So like if like the state came and audited, we'd like, yeah, here it is. This is what all of our fees for the whole year is. This is what all of our stuff is for this. So it's all trackable that way. So it's much easier than doing it on computer, so you don't have to type and then you have to calculate it. So and it's just right there.
All right, so what is, and we kind of talked a little bit about this, but in your opinion, what does success look like for you in the License Bureau in 1 year?
I hope to keep it running the way it is, the way that Dawn has shown me her ways, and I hope to be able to continue all that the way that she did it. She's got big shoes to fill. So I hope to continue on the way it is.
What do you feel the most challenging aspect of the job would be for you?
It's challenging. I think it's the most challenging is just keeping up with all of the different rules and laws. Cause they are constantly forever changing, like they can change like within the hour of something else that we change, they change it 2 hours down the road, or sometimes they will change it, but without not even telling us that they changed it until like 2 months later, like, oh, this has changed if you noticed that. So just trying to keep up with all that stuff and keep it all straight from driver's license to motor vehicle to DNR. Yep.
Have you ever received an unsatisfactory rating, disciplinary action, failed a probation period, been asked to resign, or been terminated from any job that you've held?
I have not.
All right, and the next question, obviously, there's we understand that you might have plans outside of a new opportunity, so we always ask if there's anything coming up that you need time off for in your future.
No, no.
All right, question that the commissioners have, if any.
I guess I have one, Mary, when we were talking about, things, with complaints in the office and stuff. What if somebody really got out of hand over there, what would you do?
If they really got out of hand, like, you mean like come after us
No,
or?
just, well, that too, but loud, harassing type stuff, what would you do?
Well,
Who would you go to?
I'd probably go to, guess whoever shows up in our office, or go to Tina, the coordinator, across the hall, or, I guess if nobody was there, then we would just click the green button. Just depends on how pissed off or how mad they get, if they're gonna be violent, if we don't do anything, or,
And the green button, who would come when you push that?
well, hopefully the sheriff's office,
Yeah,
but they do, yeah.
that's what I was kind of looking for.
Yeah.
Cause, sometimes people get irate,
Yep,
even if they leave and they're concerning to you, I wouldn't hesitate to let people know
yep,
what
we've
what's
We've
going
had that a couple of times when I've worked there, but it wasn't bad to where you have to push the green button. I mean, they started off that way, but then later on you calmly explain to them, they just calm down. It's like, oh, there's a couple of times you want to push that green button, but they finally realized that they weren't gonna get anywhere.
Right. And
you know, so
even,
then they calm
even
down.
if it's not a green button situation,
Yeah,
it's okay to let people know.
yeah,
What,
Yeah.
you know, if somebody tip them off a little bit, it's
Yeah.
get a little crazy here or something.
oh yeah, yep, especially when they come up from the courts and stuff. Like, ah, they're all mad and everything,
Yeah.
it's like what courts does there, it's different rules and stuff for us.
Got a question, Mary.
Yeah.
So it appears that the department has run somewhat the same for quite some time.
Mhm.
Can you, or have you thought of, or can you envision any, or have a vision where you could see some changes to make it better or more efficient? Or are you thinking it's, you're good to keep doing what we're doing?
I mean, I don't see where it would can change, I think like if they were to ever get rid of like cash or check completely to where we would only accept credit cards. You know, that change, you know, if they ever do that, we would have to make that change. But, I don't know if, I mean, sometimes we had to do that change. The paperwork would be different because you would have to separate the county fees. And there might be some state fees you would have to do, and then, charging the credit card, you might have to separate all those fees from the credit card transaction that you do. So you might need another person, so like while the director is doing all that paperwork, then you got two people up front, you know, continuing on and stuff.
When you talk about they changing, like that, you mean the state?
Well, if it were to ever come, like, let's say like legislation made a
Yeah,
rule to
okay.
get rid of like checks and cash completely.
Okay,
To where we can't accept any, like, kind of like McDonald's, or they don't accept checks. You know, if they did a thing like that where it's across the board,
sure.
or like all DMVs, they can't take checks, nothing,
Mm-hmm.
no.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yep, yep.
that was exactly my question.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of people that have asked, why don't we take debit cards up
Yeah.
there, and we're
Yeah.
headed in that direction at some point. So, and that's kind of a process that the state is gonna have to allow us to migrate in and out of that to make sure that, you know, a credit card is probably a little bit different than a debit, right?
Yeah, cause there'll be like, there might be, the state will charge you, we're not sure if their bank would charge them a fee for using it, and then there's another fee too. I think our county, you know, you guys may charge for them to use it too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Sal? All right, what questions do you have for us?
I didn't come prepared for any.
All right, so our process is interviewing today, of course.
Yep.
And then the board will decide if they want to make a decision today or if they want to schedule another
Sure.
meeting to make a decision, but we
Okay.
will let you know,
Okay,
and go from there.
okay, all
All
right.
right, thank you so much for
Thank you.
meeting with us.
Thanks, Selma.
Thanks, Mary.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of the
You
day.
guys all too.
Thanks.
Don't go away.
No, try not to.
Tax people have asked me about debit cards.
That's the deal with the state that says you can't.
Credit card anywhere in the county?
You gotta get into the company, you know, chances are somebody's gonna walk in with something that isn't gonna work.
I'm just wondering.
So our next one is at 1.
That
So
was,
then it would
Well,
be-
see, the thing there, I think is we can
Okay, well,
your taxes online.
did you guys hear that? The next one is at 1 o'clock? And we can recess at 1 or 11:22 until then. Okay.
So, I guess we're gonna recess?
Yep.
So. We're gonna wait and talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
You spend millions on it,
Yeah.
just for the opportunity.
I don't spend millions going hunting.
Oh,
No, I'm just talking.
Ashley, can you see the, does it say recording up there? Can't see it. Yeah.
just think of the 500,000 deer hunters in Minnesota. Not that breaking down.
It's Chili Tuesday.
Yeah. It was good too.
No, Chili Tuesday and what's that sandwich we had? Grilled cheese sandwich,
Yeah.
Tuesday.
That's sandwich.
No,
Yep.
it's Fat
We already
Tuesday.
forgot, but then we got it.
Taco Tuesday and Sunday has henceforth become pork chop night in America.
Had a friend, she had a t-shirt on it.
Yeah, you can't afford to You gotta have it.
I mean, we're looking at one Sunday in a row.
That'll never get you invited to a date. Recording, completely put both things down. Even rolling their eyes over there at us. Get a haircut. Pretty soon. Every night. It touched my ears, I can't have it touch my ears. I should have. some.
You got it pretty tough, you know.
I do. Five, 6 inches is something.
I guess Ashley's pretty well shut down.
Then I'll ever,
Yeah, for the last, what, 6, 7 years.
it's always tough up there.
So Gene Jensen said, after 6:30, can't even go into a public restroom anywhere up there.
No,
That's too bad.
unless you go to the region. But then at 10 o'clock or, you know, I think it's locked on. But no, when they come off the interstate, to put gas on it. And I bet you there's some people that need one.
What would you think to get that kitchen rolling in the old city?
I don't know. I don't know if the kitchen, well, now that it's shut down, yeah, we know. But it's the building itself.
So you can make your donuts, you could do that for that, like it.
Yeah.
Like so we go in
fun.
Bill, on the kitchen.
Bill, making donuts for Dwight, Bill?
Yeah.
Am I Dunkin' Donuts for Dwight? Is that what you said?
He didn't bring any today.
How about Dunkin' Donuts by Dwight, maybe?
No. Wait, we're gonna roll on December. I didn't know there's an intersection, it's got like donut board, there's like 3 donut places, all right, I didn't know that was that big a thing.
Where is it?
No, but down in Omaha,
Oh,
you can start something like that, though.
Yeah, well,
Probably could.
I thought you was in Ashby. With 3 of them right in Ashby.
Yeah. Billy Donuts,
Mm. Right along with
That'd be
Billy
wild.
bags. Sold 100 bags of Billy bags.
You did?
Yeah. There's some dirt and gravel.
Graded up, huh?
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about there?
So now that you're married, are you gonna change your residency then?
Married.
Didn't you get married? You said you got married.
I say a lot of stuff.
Are you sure you know where you're at today? You forgot what you just ate, so let's just move on to the dementia thing and see if we can identify something.
Just saying it. I suppose there's a test on Facebook we could have faith. What are you smirking for? Well, they probably think that of all of us at times.
Yeah. What's to say, the front of the building, one flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah, well, we're not, Troy's pretty young, but the rest of it.
Yeah,
Pretty young too.
I started out so scaredy,
You did?
63 and a half.
Wife was talking about an 89, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on, I was 16.
Yeah, I know. But I remember when Troy and them beat Fergus Falls though in Elm Lake. That was kinda, that impressed you a little bit, I think. I was there.
Who was Elm Lake's coach?
Then,
Yeah,
champ, I suppose, or was it champ?
Jamie Mamer, man.
We had, so my sophomore year, we had O'Reilly. Then my junior year, we had John Flanner
Josh Clinton.
from Breckenridge.
Yeah,
And then my senior year was Dion Harsty.
Oh,
yeah, I remember Dion.
we just talked to him. His whatever brother-in-law passed away, Stacy. You know that big
Stacy.
Terry Wade's son.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Already?
Yeah, you
Okay, we'll call this meeting back order then at 1 P.M.
Explain one thing that happened. Okay. Alright,
Hello, Joyce.
hello, do you wanna do introduction before we get started?
Sure.
Alright, Ken, do you wanna start?
Ken Johnson, commissioners.
Troy Johnson, County Commissioner.
Dwight Waldani, County Commissioner.
Bill O'Malley, Grant County Commissioner.
Douglas Spear.
Nice to meet you all.
Ashley Wilkinson, HR.
Tina Riley, I'm the county coordinator.
Okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so, we're here obviously for the License Bureau Director position. What you have there is a job description, a little bit more detail, than what you probably saw on the paper or online. The second page is our health insurance. It goes through our, premiums, what the county offers, for health insurance, our Ford Scout health insurance, so it gives a list of that.
Okay.
And then the back page is our wage study, so that shows you where the scale is and how the steps work in our system. So all our steps work is you're placed on a step, and then every year on your anniversary date, you move up a step. And then cost of living adjustments are done at the first of the year, so the scales adjusted based on our cost of living agreements.
Okay,
Okay,
sounds good.
all right, do you have any questions before we get started?
I don't think so.
All right, so we're gonna ask you some questions, and at the
Okay.
end, we'll give you an opportunity to ask them some questions. And if the commissioners have any questions for you, they'll ask, at that time as well.
All right,
All
sounds good.
right. Could you please tell us what you know about the License Bureau and this position, and what your past work experience can bring to this position?
Well, I pretty much know all there is to know since I work at the one in Morris, so, yeah, I know the titling, I know driver's license. Yeah, I've been doing it for about 2.5 years. And enjoy it, actually.
And so why are you interested in leading the Grant County License Bureau?
Just a little advancement, I think. Something different.
well, it's not different, I guess, but different scenery maybe.
And describe your leadership style and managing people, and how do you motivate staff in a high volume, public facing environment?
I try not to be pushy. I try to suggest things. Sometimes they don't always catch on. Otherwise I just ask nicely. What was the second part?
How do you motivate staff in a high volume, public facing environment? And what is your leadership style and experience managing people?
Just kind of new at the leadership part of it. Since our new boss took over, I've kind of been left on my, well, not on my own. I have a coworker. So there's only two of us, so it's kind of, you know, just kind of manage each other, you know.
All right. Do you have work experience at a busy customer service counter performing multiple tasks at the same time? If so, give us an example.
Well, considering I work at the DMV, that, yeah. And then I also, previously to that, I worked at the pharmacy in Morris at Drift Dwight, and that was just chaotic. So yes, I have done numerous busyness.
Can you give us an example of how you handle that?
Well, at Drippy, it was a totally different story. Yeah. Now I've learned to just stay calm. There's only so much you can do. There's only so fast you can do it. If you try to hurry, you're gonna make mistakes. And mistakes are bad. So, yeah, just try to listen and be patient and, yeah.
What strategies would you use to reduce wait times and improve workflow?
Like I said, I don't know if there's a whole lot you can really do to, you know, decrease wait times, because like I said, there's only so fast you can go. You don't want to make mistakes. Sometimes you just have to set things aside and say, I'll get back to you, and then can email or call our representatives or our liaisons. So hopefully they aren't there forever.
How do you measure operational success in a license bureau?
Well, I guess by like transactions basically, and how much we get done in the day. Not 100% sure on that one.
And what steps would you take in your first 90 days to assess the license bureau operations?
Well, I guess just to kind of ask a lot of questions, kind of try to observe. And maybe, you know, I mean, talk to the coworker and find out what needs to be improved, if anything.
And how would you handle complaints and feedback from the public?
I'm kind of the person who tries to lighten things up. Humor. Complaints I don't have a hard time with. I just listen and say, okay, let's see what we can do to correct this. I have only twice in my 2.5 years had to tell people to exit my office, which I have had to do, but sometimes you have to. You just say nicely, it's like here's the door. But 99% of the time, it's just talking through it.
Can you share with us that example of when you had to ask someone to leave?
Yeah, I had a gentleman come in, he wanted to transfer a title. I told him that there was a lien holder on the title, and he said, no, there's not. And I said, well, there is. And his wife/girlfriend came in and she continued to scream at me, handed me another title. And I said, well, why do you have 2 titles? And She's like, I don't know, and I'm like, well, you're not listening to me, and I had about 10 people standing in line behind her. And it's like, I said, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to take this elsewhere, I said, I can't help you. And even the customers behind, cause she's like, oh, how rude, and I'm like, sorry, you know. You just have to do what you have to do sometimes, you know.
Do you have work experience examining applications for completeness and issuing secure documents while following procedures and maintaining confidentiality? Give us
Yes.
an example.
Well, doing enhanced driver's license is probably one thing. You have to make sure everything, well, any driver's license, you have to make sure everything is correct and acceptable. Titles is the same way. You have to make sure everything is correct. And that they have all the paperwork that you need, because sometimes there's a lot of paperwork. Especially with driver's license, enhanced and real IDs are really tough sometimes.
Describe your experience managing budgets or public funds.
I guess I really haven't had a lot of experience doing that. Right now I do the books, I mean, not the books, but the deposits and stuff like that. But as far as the budgeting, I guess I've never really done that sort of thing.
What does success look like for you, for the License Bureau in 1 year?
Good question. Well, just hopefully, maybe increasing the volume or the transaction types and stuff. Try to bring in more people if you can. I don't know if how much dealership work they do here. Maybe see if we can try and increase things that way. Yeah. Just making sure we're still there.
What do you feel the most challenging aspect of this job would be for you?
Finding documents that satisfy the state of Minnesota. It's very challenging. Because they're really fussy. And sometimes some of the customers can be kind of challenging, but like I said, you just try to work through it.
All right, so have you ever received an unsatisfactory rating, disciplinary action, failed a probation period, been asked to resign, or been terminated from any job you've held?
No.
All right, and so this next question is, we obviously understand that you may have things, commitments before this opportunity. So is there anything coming up that you would need time off for that you know of?
I have a vacation planned in November. Part of it is over Thanksgiving, so we're closed 2 days anyway. And that's the only thing we have.
And I see in your application, are we able to contact any of your past or current employers, for reference checking at all?
You can, the only one I really is my current boss. He doesn't know I'm here. The other ones, the reason I put no is because they don't work there anymore. They're no longer the supervisors.
Okay. All right, commissioners, do you have any questions?
I guess I have one.
Okay.
You said, working with the state can be difficult at times.
Mm-hmm.
Is it certain things that they are looking at that don't feel you did right or something?
Occasionally, you send in the wrong, papers and they're like, they just don't accept that. And it happens once in a while. Things get past you that you don't, that happen. Otherwise, you try to be very, very meticulous, so to speak.
So Joyce, would you say that in Morse, you have services, I'll say, that would be create more volume than potentially ours would be that I think we're fairly traditional. I don't know, do you do things different than?
Well, I guess the only thing I don't know, do you guys have dealership work? Do you have any dealers here that,
Car dealers, people,
car dealers? Yeah.
used cars.
Used cars, okay. For me, where we see our biggest, not our biggest volume, but our financial, increases is with our, new car dealership and stuff, and I know that's kind of hard in a smaller town. We've got 2 big dealerships and 2 or 3 smaller ones, used cars. But yeah, dealership work is big. If there's any way that could happen, I don't know if there is or not, but.
So could you guys explain what the process is and how that creates more volume and the workflow for a?
Basically, what we're doing in the office is approving the titles. We go through, well, the dealers, title clerks will enter everything, and basically we just kind of double check everything. There's a couple of different systems they use that can coordinate with ours. And we just double check everything, make sure everything is there. Again, all the paperwork that is needed, all the signatures. And then we're basically the ones who approve the titles. And then they go to the state and they get mailed out. It's not very time consuming. It's a pretty easy process, but you just have to be able to have them, find them.
Mr. Chair, I got a question here. Joyce, is anybody that buys a car privately from another person and they gotta pay the sales tax, is that traditionally a point of contention?
Sometimes,
Okay, on how
It
you
can
go
be.
through all that and
Yep.
what they're supposed to be paying and things like that when they
Mhm.
transfer title?
yeah, they don't
Okay,
understand. Well, and even like when you get your notice for your tabs, everybody, or a lot of people were like, okay, where did they get this number? Cause they have like the estimated value or retail value or something like that. And it's always tremendously high. And just have to tell them that it's, basically the price you paid for it when you bought it. And that's what they go on. And then it just kind of goes down year after year. Well, after about 5 years or 10 years, I think it is.
okay. So, and were you there at the time when the state didn't follow through on collecting that $15 wheelage tax?
Mm-mm,
You weren't there at that time?
no,
Okay, so you don't have points of view there, but
yeah.
there was a
It
little
can be
bit of a
another-
struggle there. You probably know the
Yeah,
story.
there still is. They're
Okay.
like, why are they still doing that? And I'm like, well, you have to talk to the county, not me.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, what questions do you have for us?
I guess I really can't think of anything right offhand. Last night I had like 10 of them. They're all gone now.
Yeah.
So, you know how that goes.
For your choice,
Okay,
would you be a good leader?
I try to be. I think I could be. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess part of, I realize that there's the person who works there right now. And I would feel terrible getting the job over her. But there's always the second person, and yes, I want the job, but I would feel that would be hard for me, I think. Yeah. Guess if that's the way it works, that's the way it works. I'll still take it.
Any other questions?
I really can't think of anything right now.
Okay, well, we were interviewing today,
Okay,
and then the board will either make a decision today or set another meeting to make a decision, and then
Okay.
we'll go from there. You'll hear from us either way,
okay,
and then we'll make a plan thereafter.
all right, sounds good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
It was nice to meet you.
Yes, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Right back in that wind. Hopefully I go with the wind this time.
Yeah.
It'll be better for you going home, maybe.
Yeah. It's a good one up there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, one for the. If she does come early, we could start early, because it doesn't say what time. Okay. Yeah.
The garbage gets over there, over there.
What am I supposed to do with that, put this in there?
Retired, he's in, huh?
Garbage can forgot.
No, it was, I seen it go scoot by.
Oh.
Is that what you're giggling at? I was wondering.
I don't know, there was a hand sticking out of it, but I don't know what the hell, what was going on.
I heard the loud noise, it sounded like scraping. And
Yeah.
I giggled, I was like.
Did it go that way? Yeah, for that chief. She'll get the wind, she got the wind both ways. She'll get her back on bed going. Yeah. It, that was on his wheels, it's going, all she could go, I guess.
Hopefully it's nothing in it.
I doubt if there was, but if there is, there's a mess, cause I'm sure it hit a curb.
Yeah.
Or a vehicle or something. You hope it didn't, I picked up out there, there's actually more rust on it. What was your pickup? It's a two-deck. This is over, they went through here just like, they'll you're doing right now.
I just like giggling at your giggle, I was like,
Up there for city then. But they had.
Like 1 to 3 tomorrow.
Keeps their drivers busy all in all.
We get rain first.
It looks like rain tonight.
So, yeah, and. No, they would.
Look at the rate.
I'm pretty sure they're, it's all what they had to do. They run the Breckenridge store. That. There's 46 of it says.
There's not temps or else.
That wind doesn't.
These fish houses, I don't, Spiro. It gets underneath the dip of that. Might be the bottom of the ring.
They might be sliding down the edge.
Maybe too long that fast.
Look at that baby develop. No, they're, it's tracking way different than they talked to us, right? Look at that thunderstorm to the north is kind of good. Once it develop.
It is for a lot of.
Time of the day is that. Oh, North Dakota, see that, that's something. 6, 7 o'clock. There's our rain. Make sure it's gonna be rain. Here, looks like it.
Anything else?
I don't know what that's about, it's for compliance, and it's not here or something, but. I don't know. Thing is still. Early out, yes. You work with. Right now, I just thought that, I haven't. But. I should thought. No, I don't think you do later than that. But anyway, every year or two, I just swing around. I have. But I should go back there and see. That's. Especially with that, I guess it's just. Yeah. That merger with the hell apart that we started that go up. All up, yeah. So more, that's another one that would make a lot of sense. The more that the facility, even the double is actually double. I do, which I did because it's a private, yeah, around. They're actually bigger. They much on the right, but I think very carbon statements. Grab some testimony. Do I know what you may get 2.7 on the running? It's one. Yeah, oh, I'm talking about that. You know, another one just like his.
But they're gonna find out. Irene. It's gonna be easy. Big. Seems good.
You see the numbers they had, you may have to run down and turn on retirements perhaps.
I want to do that, I have a lot of guys do some of that intro, right? They're out there staying in hotels 3 nights a week, yeah, I know. But with this game, you can't be tied up like that, so. And then you. Go in there and you try and handle all the hot spots and.
Oh, yeah, nothing but fires.
Big fires, usually.
We have to have a big fire, they didn't call it.
So.
I don't know, I think.
We should get a big screen TV in the area that are hooked up to cable.
Ooh, right there.
Yeah, I know. If you hook it, is there like a Cat 5 hook to it?
No, it's got to
We could tie on to like Pluto or Tubi or something like that, pull up a movie or something.
Well, you can throw it from your phone there or just log into that other one and put your credentials in there and everybody can watch it.
Yeah. I don't think I can do
Cause
that.
there's internet there.
Should be. If I hooked up a hotspot, I don't have battery enough for that. It has sucked the life right out of this.
Ashley, is Ashley playing tonight, the voice?
Yes, everybody's seen me.
Oh,
They're recognizing Bradley
who are they playing?
or what?
Dwight, I mean, senior is like the last grade of school, not the older. I see. Yeah. I couldn't resist. I mean, I can't go play. No, you can go. I've been petitioning to get on a basketball team, but nobody,
There is
They will
a-
take this.
yeah, that's the one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I asked this one team, 8th, 10th guy. But they didn't call back. You need to be a little more persistent. Keep calling.
Just show up.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe I'd be the oldest one.
Without the assisted living, I'm sure there's a few down there that'd love to go with you.
Yeah. No, I just want to be the 10th man on a good team.
Oh,
I'm just.
to do what? Polish the balls off and
No, I
get
think
fresh water?
I think if they didn't want me to move so much, I could sit in the corner and shoot.
Mhm.
But then you're supposed to go back on defense, and I don't know, yeah. That's overrated. Yeah. In the NBA, don't anyways. It was fun playing basketball though. Roy's team, they were fun to watch. They were good. So, who were the other guys? Troy Richards was one. Troy Richards, Todd Stonestrom. Yeah, Todd, yeah. Yeah, he was really good too, so. Who were some of the other guys? Well, my junior year, we had my old, David Hanson. David Hanson, David, yeah. David, yeah, he, Cardinal David was young.
On the
Yeah,
screen,
Larry,
and you guys can have your computers.
yeah, Larry was a left-hander, wasn't he? Yeah.
Smart left-hander.
No, they're sinister, by definition, they are.
And I think,
Well, sinister by definition of left-handed. Yeah. Only a dealer.
He's
Jen Green, you, Tony agrees.
and again, technology isn't the strongest wheelhouse, I think what Sean was
the
saying.
next one is here.
If you have your files directly on your desktop, so when you open your computer and you see your files right there isn't anything backing up the desktop.
Yeah.
But if you go into, when you have this little file here, and then it'll be,
That's right.
okay, then, if it's a server, like, the work in my office, I've got the F server. And that's where I save all my documents to a drive.
Yeah.
That is backed up. So I think the difference would be is if you're saving, let's say you put right on your desktop, a bunch of files and you label them however you want, and you take documents out of your email and put them onto there. How I understood it, and again, we need to fact check my understanding, but the files directly on your desktop right now are being backed up. But if you put them to a drive in your computer, that is getting backed up. But we'll get some training with the people that know.
Well, and the other gets the thing was, and if it all went away, that material, because the other. When you go back to what you just said, there was a place that rather than I go find all these papers or else. Jim Standish would come with all these reports and I would say, send it to me email and I would save it.
And like things related specifically to the board, and that's what Sean was talking about. There's email retention, so there's things that we have to save that we get by email, but then there's other kind of retention rules we have to follow, so like contracts or agreements. That are things that are approved by the board in a board packet. I save those, on my drive, which gets backed up, and then I also have hard copy for each meeting, if you have it. So, like, the main things that the board does are already being. retained.
Like a police contract for the city office. Like, I don't need to know what the other towns are, but if I get asked,
Yeah.
This little sheriff's spot,
Mhm,
and so I've been asked the question, I refer to it.
mhm. Yep.
But the point is not necessarily that I shouldn't have it from a data request standpoint, more from a back office standpoint.
Right, and like if it's a contract from that office, they would have that on a drive that's being backed up. You
Yeah,
know,
sheriff's department.
yes, yes,
Yes, but it got called me and that's a question
Yes.
about it.
you can look at it and,
Yeah.
yep, but if, let's just say your computer got compromised, it's saved somewhere else,
Yeah.
so we could get it, so that's not the only location, so.
Right. So I'm not so worried about losing it, I'm more worried about that I have stuff saved that I should.
Right, I think that's, it's your prerogative to say what you want on your. On your computer.
But once again, it's
You know,
3
one
years
thing that
that
I do, it's just, I save, I send it to the highway department, and then
and make other stuff's part of it.
if I want documents for any period of time, I do that.
Where you would have been.
I know it's
So.
cost money for paper
How
and things
Sean
like that,
talked
but a lot
about
of
that
times,
at our department.
it's easier
meeting.
instead of firing up your computer, because it's shorter.
And we don't have anything in place now, so right now we can go back
So that's what they.
along with.
Actually,
the
yeah, you say
things.
she's here.
Let's say, email retention policy is adopted tomorrow, just for sake of discussion.
Tina,
And then in 2 weeks, somebody has a data request. They would go back and they'd be able to get the 3 years, but anything, they'd make their best effort to try to get anything beyond that.
Yeah.
It, you know, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna go on to this interview, you guys. She's out here, I guess, so.
Either that or you gotta sit on an interview, one of the two.
Sit down.
What happened?
Our interviewers here, we're gonna start early, because, the first one was slated for 11 o'clock, and that was the only one. Registered at 11, so we can go a little earlier on this one.
You want me to go get her?
Let's let Ashley go and stay consistent.
Yeah, I can go get her.
I should sit down then.
Are your shoes very new, Ken?
No,
They sound like George Burns'
they
shoes.
squeak.
And oh god, they squeak.
It's the inserts I have.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I didn't hear it, well, I didn't hear.
Thank you. All right, you can have a seat right here. Some introductions, so. All right, and you wanna start?
Ken Johnson, Grant County Commissioner.
Troy Johnson, Grant County Commissioner. Dwayne Wallach, Grant County Commissioner.
Bill Valley Grant County Commissioner.
Doyle Spear, Grant County Commissioner.
Ashley Wilkinson, HR.
Hi, Anita.
Hi.
Tina Riley, coordinator.
All right, well, thank you for coming in. So this position, of course, is License Bureau Director. What I have there for you is the job description, a little bit more than what you saw probably online or in the paper. Also in that packet is our health insurance. So our health insurance premiums and then what the county puts towards your health insurance premiums are also listed in there. And then the other piece of paper in there is our wage scale. So I've highlighted where this job falls on the scale. And so how it works is every year on your anniversary date, you move up a step. That's how the increases are handled here. And then cost adjustments are done at the beginning of the year. So the whole scale is adjusted based on the negotiated cost adjustment. Okay. So do you have any questions on that so far? No. Okay. So what we're going to do today is ask some questions, and then the board will ask any questions that they have, and then you'll ask us any questions you have, and we'll go from there. Sounds good. Great. That's silent. All right. So could you please tell us what you know about the License Bureau and this position, and what your past work experience can bring to this position?
You go there to get your renew your driver's license and tabs and plates. That's all I really know about that. I have lots of customer service background. I was a former flight attendant for many years, right out of the chute after high school until I was how about 2004? And then the company I flew with got bought out and merged with another airline. and then my seniority dropped, where I had to go back to what they call reserve status. And I was a single mom at the time, so I left and moved back up to this area where I grew up. So lots of customer service there, a lot of irate customers or passengers that I've dealt with. Working in healthcare. I just work with a lot of different personalities, which your mouth is your best tool that you have out there to diffuse situations. So when people are crabby about a situation. And then I do a lot of computer work for billing now, for meds, so I have that background as well. In retail pharmacy, I did a lot of billing and running the scripts there, so that's more computer work that I've done there for many years. When I first started at Walgreens, I started as a lead floor person. It was just like the lowest level of management, which basically meant I got stuck closing and at night, so I did a lot of night shifts.
All right, so why are you interested in leading the Grant County License Bureau?
I just need a change, right now. And pay scale is a little higher than where I'm at right now. I lost my mom unexpectedly September 2nd. And I'm just like, you know what? I just don't feel like, I don't know, I just need a change in life of where I'm at. Something that I also don't have to drive, because a couple days a week I have to drive down to Morris in my own personal car for work, and that's a lot of miles on my own vehicle. And I would like just to be here in town. I have a 10-year-old son who has some special needs, and it's just easier to be close to home. And I like the Monday through Friday and holidays off, because then when school's off, they're probably gonna be closed for those holidays as well anyway.
So describe your leadership style and any management style of managing people. And how do you motivate staff in a high volume, public facing environment?
Well, first you gotta make sure that they feel heard. You can't just ride them all the time and let them think that they're making decisions when you're just giving them the options. So they feel like they have a say in it. I'm a pretty honest person. It's probably one of my best strengths, but also one of my greatest weaknesses, because I'm too direct sometimes if you have to be. So I think that's a double-edged sword sometimes. I don't know. I guess I'm not like overly pushy leader, and just like being willing to do the work that they're doing and not just appoint the work. So work with them.
Right. Do you have experience at a busy customer service counter performing multiple tasks at the same time? Let's give us an example.
Yes. Well, when I worked at the pharmacy, you're on the phone, you're typing a prescription, and you're normally waiting on a person that's there to pick up a prescription all at the same time.
How do you handle that?
I don't know, whatever takes priority. Normally the person in front of you first most is the one that you need to help with. And then ask them if you can have a second to to finish your phone call if it's something that's priority, perhaps that person call, wanting to just wait. I don't know, it's just whatever is the highest priority is which one you gotta take care of.
What strategies would you use to reduce wait times and improve workflow?
I'd have to see the situation before I can do that. Whatever makes more sense, I guess. That's a hard one. Like when I first started at the pharmacy at the hospital, the pharmacist and I were both new at the same time. And we reorganized where the drugs were in there because of what you use the most, you want it the closest. And stuff that didn't seem that needed to be needed, we just put up high and just made it easier to getting things out the door quicker for us. And
How do you measure operational success in a license bureau?
I would say that you have happy customers and no complaints.
And what steps would you take in your first 90 days to assess the license bureau operations?
Just learn as much as I can about the position and what needs to be done and expected.
Great. And how do you handle complaints and feedback from the public?
Actively listen to them. And then see if there is something you can do, or if there's help find a solution for them so they can feel heard instead of just like being passive and being, I don't know, lip service right to their face and then doing nothing about it. Follow up with what you promised.
Do you have work experience examining applications for completeness and issuing secure documents while following procedures and maintaining confidentiality?
Confidentiality, yeah, working in healthcare. And then forms. No, other than when I help with flu season and I'm looking that they filled it out correctly, but other than that, no.
And describe your experience managing budgets or public funds, if any.
I have no experience with that.
And what does success look like for the License Bureau in 1 year to you?
Hopefully keeping it busy and keeping it open.
And what do you feel the most challenging aspect of the job would be for you?
Probably actually just telling my boss that I'm leaving the hospital. You know, I still plan on staying on the ambulance service because it's all volunteer. But just leaving the pharmacy part, so. That would be my goal, so I think that would be the hardest part.
Have you ever received an unsatisfactory rating, disciplinary action, failed a probation period, been asked to resign, or been terminated from any job that you've held?
had someone once call me a racist because I asked them to drive around the block. When I could help someone that they had a prescription that the pharmacist had to do a whole bunch of mixing for. And we had like 10 cars in the line. And I just said, would you go around the block and then I can help the next car and we should have your prescription ready. And then that's all I said to them. And then like a couple days later, they said I was racist. Which was ironic because we were all the same race. I don't even know how it happened. But, I did offer to write an apology letter to the patient and just said, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I owned up to what I thought I did, and that's all I did. And then the company mailed it off from there.
Okay. And this next question is just because we understand you may have things that have already been planned outside of this opportunity. So is there anything coming up that wouldn't allow you to work that you need time off?
A family vacation over July 4th. And then April 2nd will be burying my mom's ashes.
All right, commissioners, any questions that you have?
I guess I have one.
Yeah.
By listening to you, I can tell you're an honest person. Okay, so I appreciate that. And sorry about your mother. So. It's a very difficult situation. But I can tell you're an honest person. That's for sure. Anybody else?
Sure, I got a couple pieces for you. Your heart's in the right place. I can see that, okay? So what service do you provide for the ambulance? Are you an EMT or your first responder, or what role do you play there?
EMT.
Okay,
Yeah. And I've been on that for 4 years, I believe now.
Okay.
It's important to give back to our community, because if our community is weak, we all fall apart.
So. Thank you for your service on,
yes.
It kind of impressed me with your answers, and it appears like you've been in a supportive type of role in a lot of your positions. Talk about your leadership style and that what kind of horsepower you have from a leadership.
Lead by example. If you want someone to do it, you gotta be willing to do it as well. Learning together when you don't know something. But sometimes you have to make tough calls. When things aren't done right, and learning how to, I don't know, not seem like you're just complaining, but giving them direction. When you're doing it. It's, I don't know, I guess you just gotta work right along with everybody else when you're showing them that you're not better than them. You're all a team, no matter what peg you are on the board.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, questions that you have for us?
Do you have a tentative, start date or?
Soon. So today we're interviewing, and then the board will decide if they want to make a decision today or schedule another meeting to make a decision, so they have time to process. So as far as a start date, it just depends on what the board's decision is, and then what the timeframe is for the applicant, how long they need to give notice.
Okay,
So what kind of a notice would you need to give?
probably like, I would like to give them at least like 3 weeks,
Sure.
if possible. You know,
Mhm.
more, 4 if you could. Just because there is training that has to get done. In the spot, they have to put out the feelers to get an applicant in and then training after that, so
Mhm.
that's just one of the positions, they're part of it.
Sure.
Is there continuing education that this position has to do? Like for
Through the
healthcare?
state. There's trainings all the time through the state that you would have to do and complete.
Okay,
Yep, in this position, the director is retiring, and so the director would do training in this position.
okay.
So there'd be plenty of hands-on training. So, any other questions?
I think too with some of the in-service hours and stuff, it might be a little different than what you're used to, like you can. I think, and we'd have to check with the license bureau, but they do training during work hours, it's not something you have to do on the weekends or the evenings, kind of like your EMT, first responder,
Mhm.
in service. You know, sometimes with healthcare, it's not during your work hours, you gotta find other time to do it, but I think.
Mhm.
And we can clarify with the license bureau, but I think a lot of that is during the workday.
Okay. That's even better, cause that's just one thing I shouldn't even be ready, but I'm just tired, I'm tired of like the extra time I have to do for a pharmacy license, like I have to do it on my own time, on the weekends, when I should be with my family.
Mhm.
So,
Any other questions you have for us?
no,
Okay. So like I said, we're interviewing today, and then, the board will decide when they wanna make a decision, you'll hear from me either way, and we'll go from there.
all right.
All right,
Thank you
for
all
coming
for
in.
Thank
your
you.
time.
Yes. For the rest of your day.
I gotta go back to work. That's why I'm sorry I didn't dress up.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so with our fourth one, withdrawing, we are done. So it'll be up to you if you'd like to make a decision today, if you'd like to process, talk about it now, or is there another meeting?
So what? Talk about. Make the decision. Then we go through the onboard or you got background. What are we doing after that?
Then I would make the official offer to the individual, contact them. Let them know where potential start date, full wages. And then. Come start date. They got what we've been training with.
I guess what I was getting at is that, there's, especially with the wage and all that is. Are we gonna say we make a decision today? Are we gonna need to meet again before the next meeting anyway? We wanted to get it, I think we wanted to get it expedited, so,
Yeah.
to finalize that we've come to.
The only reason I would really come back is if we were to hire, obviously you should.
Support staff.
No, to hiring above like a certain step, like we usually do with like the union contracts. If it's an internal hire, we have our process and what we do. If it's an external hire, then it would be, step one, or if it's anything higher, like we typically do, I come to the board with that.
Well.
So, since I got my inexperience, Mr. Chair, I gotta ask you a question, since this involves personnel, can we go into closed session?
Well, that was my question, at this point. Because it would be fun to talk about each one of these applicants without everybody hearing what we're saying.
We never have before though. We hired 2 coordinators, we hired an engineer.
And the recording was always on.
It was.
Well,
But I mean, if that's something we want to request, they can have to jump in. No.
well, I think we should just ask them, because, in the future too, you know, I mean. All the job interviews I ever went on, of course, there probably wasn't any recording going on. But,
They chipped it in stone.
but it's just easier to talk about each applicant one at a time without everybody hearing what you got to say, good or bad. That's. But if we can't do it, we can't do it, so.
Well, that's the question, if we can, not so much as we have.
So there's a difference between going into closed session and turning off the camera. Turning off the camera is this board has made the decision, we're gonna record and publish meetings. That is completely different than going into a closed session. Because I'm not the lawyer and I'm not your legal advisor, but we're not gonna be able to go into closed session for it. But turning off the cameras, which is what I think this board is talking about, is not. That is governed by this board, not by state law.
It'd have to been on that agenda as well.
Do that. This board is the one that passed the resolution and says, we're gonna do this. We're gonna record them, we're gonna publish them.
But then we make a motion to just continue recording for the discussion of the applicants.
Well, you could do that at any time.
So then I think that one.
Did you email or text? No. Okay, well. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Yeah, I'll second that motion then to, for discussion. Before we take a vote. I personally think that that's how it should be done. With the interview process, when you're going over the final critique of each individual. I don't think that the whole world has to know what our thoughts are on somebody, good or bad. And I just think for that sake, that particular thing, we should be able to have a good candid discussion here without the whole world knowing about what our thoughts are on a particular candidate. Good or bad.
As a follow-up to that, Mr. Chair. Our true thoughts will be recorded when we vote. Not necessarily the narrative that led us to that.
Because at this point, I gotta admit, I'm a little uncomfortable talking or saying some things, good or bad, about applicants. So I hope Justin. Because that's all right, so. I think I'll wait till Ashley comes back in there for the final decision on that. All right. Well, okay, I'm gonna call for the vote on that then, on said motion. Any further
Wait a
discussion?
minute, define the motion again.
Momentarily stop recording the meeting.
For the discussion, final discussion on that.
I think, without legal counsel here, I think, you know, just from a very broad, still green, new coordinator perspective, the options on the table is to make a decision right now. It's to, like Ashley explained to the applicants, call a special meeting where you get together, to make your decision. And so in that second scenario, it would give some time to get legal counsel from Justin on how the best way to handle this would be.
Well, I mean, going back to what Troy referenced, we made the decision on the, as far as the recording. Then we should be able to make the decision to not record, and I guess what my thought is. I wasn't in the room, I would be respectful that the board wanted to do as much communicating and discussion about the applicants than to do less. And if that's the thing that's keeping us from doing more, I think we're doing our job by having the recording off. So we can be discuss the applicants appropriately. Like you said, good or bad.
I would just like to remind everyone that I'm as far from a lawyer as anybody sitting in this room. So that was my opinion as far as turning off the recording. Well, the board did it. You know, we made the policy of here's how we're gonna operate. You know, so to me, board would be able to undo it, but I would agree with our coordinator that we really probably should have a legal opinion.
Yes.
You know, so, and I don't know what everybody's schedules is, but you could. In that scenario, you could recess until 8 AM or whatever that is. And give time to get an opinion.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
8 AM tomorrow morning.
You better check on everybody's schedule.
That won't work for me. But we should, if we wait for that opinion, we should get it done quick here because we don't wanna wait till the next board meeting.
No, we can't wait that.
No.
What time you gotta be at your, meeting?
I gotta be down there standing at 9 in the morning.
So we can do it 7:30 then.
Yeah, but will that give us, I gotta have an hour to get over there, I suppose.
Yeah, put you in a spot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so what is it, to me, what is the other side of it, like 3:30, 4 o'clock after?
Well, we're going till. The last one was like, they were an hour and 25 minutes per. Per deal with an hour at noon, so I would say. I'll be done by 4 o'clock tomorrow. Otherwise,
Justin said we cannot go on if he doesn't believe we can go into a closed session. It's not an exception to the open meeting law. And then I asked him, can they stop the recording to discuss? And we get back.
What is the first thing you said?
We can't close it.
And we did not put that in.
And so I just asked him, can we stop the recording to discuss? We get back.
I just think that there's. It's just something that doesn't seem right to me on that process. If we could word something a little different. Where this isn't an official meeting. Or something, but it just doesn't sit right with me to discuss people's when we're gonna make the final decision.
When the guidance for the recording, it clearly states that the recording is not the official record.
He said I wouldn't deviate from our standard practice.
Well, then what did you say?
Wouldn't recommend deviating from our standard practice.
He wouldn't. Does that mean we should have turned it off? Is that what he's saying?
That's what I'm showing.
Yeah.
So that would mean you should rescind your motion.
It'd be hard not to, I guess. But I just wanna be clear here that. Like if the board has no, like sometimes there's interviews done. By the department head, you know, in the old days, you know, for new employees. You know. Right, like when I got hired, there was the sheriff was there, the county. Sheriff from Traverse County and the one citizen did that interview. And, you know, nobody got to hear what they got to say afterward. But is it in Grant County, then was the county board, or do we hire every new employee? We don't. So what's that process? When it doesn't come in front of the board. Their discussions are not recorded. See, and so in this case, if they're recorded, and I just don't feel that's right to talk about people good or bad. And have everybody out there listen to that.
So, Mr. Chair, it sounds like I should withdraw my motion. And I think we should discuss the applicants, it's the rule, and move forward. And I'd start the discussion by the first rescind my motion.
Okay. So that's, I think on a motion that's rescinded, we don't have to do anything else, right? You're just pulling it off the table like it was never there. Yeah.
So with that, then we're gonna comment whether we feel comfortable about it or not. This is the process that we've set in place, and so we should play within those rules, and that's fine. I think Anita brought a lot of horsepower to this interview. I think her experience was really extensive. Obviously, Mary brings the training and the ability to step right into it. Knowing what you know is obviously a huge benefit. I would recommend Anita.
I'm still processing.
Okay. Well, I guess I can tell you what my thoughts are then. I think, Mary and Joyce have the experience, you know, there's a lot of stuff there that goes on. And, definitely Anita, doesn't have the experience, but you can tell that she's a very honest, open person who deals with the public well. I personally think that I would go with Mary because of her experience and what's going on up there. But I also would say that this Anita would be an awful good person to come in there later on. And Joyce, she's qualified too. But I just think that I would be for Mary. Because I've seen how she acts, where treats the public up there. She's been in there for 3 years. It's a tougher thing to come into when you're just you haven't done it before. It would be a lot of training there. So that's my thoughts.
I concur with the chairman.
Doyle, what's your thought?
I'm still deciding between Anita and Mary. Right now, anything.
There.
Give us any more thought, Troy?
Well, I got. And I'm all with you on your comments on Marion. I understand when you're in the position, you. I'm not a leg up, but you've got that in place. But we did hear from someone that worked as a flight attendant, worked at a pharmacy, 3 different pharmacies, worked as an EMT. It's a lot of horsepower. And when you look at bringing someone into your team, someone that potentially brings that kind of horsepower, I think you need to recognize it. And that's kind of where I am. And I don't know that we get her if we go hire her for this position. But I just think that looking at her work experience, yeah, and that's not taking anything away from Mary at all.
Again, the options would be to make a motion or schedule a special meeting.
I was just waiting for Troy to.
Well, let me, we're ahead of schedule. I guess to me, looking at it, the one that I guess I feel is most ready for the job would be Mary.
Well, wanna make any statement or you wanna just go?
Just go.
Okay. All right. So then I'll call for a motion, from somebody on, as far as who they would wanna recommend or make a motion to. We'll go that route. So I'm looking for a motion.
Make a motion, we hire Anita Volker.
Do we have a second to that motion? Do we have a second to that motion? Do we have a second to that motion? Hearing none, motion fails. Do we have a motion for another recommendation?
I'll make a motion to offer the job to Mary.
Okay, we have a motion to offer to Mary. Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote. Tina?
Ken Johnson,
No.
Troy Johnson,
Yes.
Doyle Spear,
Yes.
Bill LaValle,
Yes.
Dwight Walden.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Alright, so I will contact her and the rest of the applicants, and then we'll figure out how that transition works. Yeah, we'll for sure stop to accept. Yeah.
Okay, now I asked Ashley this before, but if you could explain it to me again, actually now eventually in June. We're gonna need another person, right?
First, she'll have to accept the position. So I'll start her first. She accepts the position. And then we'll have to come up with a timeline, because if she does accept the position, they will be busy training. So training Mary, and so I don't know
At least,
if the time would be a little bit later to hire, fill in that position.
these.
But then the state will have to do the appointment or appoint Mary. So that's,
You know.
that could
But
be
she has to keep
a problem or not.
Dispute about.
Maybe, I don't know.
There's just be short that.
That's all that is.
She has to, first she has to accept the position, and then we'll worry about.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, once she's accepted the position, the other one becomes empty, we can start advertising. The board doesn't need to do.
Okay.
You just have to come up with a timeline, because there isn't a lot of them. Additional person.
Is there anything else come before the board today then? If not, we're adjourned at 2:21 PM. Thank you.
I can take anybody else's paperwork if they don't want it.
We're not supposed to, Dave, we're supposed to keep all that.
Does that go with